All right, with that, we are now live. Welcome to another stream of Buddha and Zionics playing games poorly. We're going to do a special extra stream tonight since we were kind of itchy for some Icarus. I have to have my doctor check it out, make sure the rash goes away on its own.
Penicillin may be required.
Anyways, so we finished up Waterfall Expedition last time. And tonight we are going to pick up Payday Extraction. We've been working towards this son of a bitch because we want exotics. And this is supposed to be one of the best missions for getting exotics. At least.
Well, on top of that, they did a expansion which made it to where kind of looks like exotics have a greater purpose now.
Yeah.
So
Apparently people had entirely too many exotics.
yeah. So hey, you have too much. Spend them on this or this or this. So yeah, we're hoping this will help out on the whole exotics are hard to find front.
Yeah, honestly, they don't even show up in most missions. So, here we go. After extensive geosurveys, the operator's research teams now believe this region is rich in exotic deposits. There are only a handful of groups with a UDA-vetted export license for exotic matter. Locate and extract exotics from the region and deliver them to the operator's representatives in orbit. All extraction equipment and materials are to be provided by the contractor. Well, let's kick this pig. We also did a little bit of spending. You can't see it because Buddha's stream is blocking me, but we both got ourselves a canteen and an oxygen tank.
I'll show my loadout. So I got the pickaxe and axe. Zyonix doesn't have that. We both have the mass dampener module, and then the Shenlong Hulu canteen and Shengong. Oh, they're both Shengong. My bad. Li Wei O2. So due to individual met during a raid, we learned that they are refillable and constantly reusable. And from what we assume and observe, they're pretty much steel level canteen and steel level O2 tank. So yeah. And the fact that we went like 4 days with just those when we were doing our previous mission, totes worth it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I would recommend leaving lilies and stuff like that alone until we have
a scythe.
Scythe, yeah.
That's a fair point. Let's go ahead and these over here. I'm not going to actually equip my oxygen tank just yet.
Why not?
Because for the time being, we kind of need oxide to breathe.
I know, but if you don't equip it, it's just taking up inventory space.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair. My tanks, they're empty. So, I looked up this mission online, and we got a long ways to go. So...
No, I've only checked out the map for a second because I was trying to see if there was water nearby.
Alright. Alright, map. Go ahead and spawn in, please. We We do need to find water, that's for sure.
Mm.
Go ahead and nab this silica while it's staring at me.
Yeah, silica's low for me. It's now it's oxide and sulfur. You see sulfur or oxide? Yeah, go for it. Speaking
Well,
of sulfur and oxide,
I mean, I guess I don't know we're going to be making concrete today, but
we probably are. It's just that from what I can tell, what I've observed thus far, silica is like the stone equivalent of fiber or stone. Well, no, it yeah, it's one step lesser than stone. It's
yeah.
goddamn everywhere.
Well, fine. If you're gonna make me feel bad about my decisions. I hate German chocolate cake.
It's because you have no taste, which is funny for a guy who loves coconut.
I
I
do
was
love
about to say
coconut.
pineapple, but I was like, that's not the right answer.
I love pineapple too. It just doesn't belong on pizza
Or steak.
or steak. Well, I still need to try that.
Yeah,
And
we really do.
and I'm not talking about like literally putting like steak on your or pineapple on your steak. No, that's gross. No, it's a tenderizing technique that you marinate your steaks in pineapple. Like basically, you just huck an entire pineapple
Into a
into
blender,
a blender,
turn it into slush.
and then you marinate your steaks in there for 1 to 2 hours.
No. 45 minutes. Guy who was covering it was like, you know what? If you want the best results in every way possible, 45 minutes. Well, less than an hour. He prefers 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We still need to try that. But to be fair, the main thing he's been trying it on is, what do you call them? Round eye steaks or whatever? Which
Yeah,
is
$1.
ultimately like,
Yeah.
huh?
$1 steaks.
Yeah. And that's just is. They are, as far as these people are concerned, $1 steaks. They are like, this is the most piss poor steaky meats that you can get. How can you turn piss poor steaks into kick ass steaks? And marinating them in pineapple for 45 minutes apparently is like, okay, this is probably the best way because these $1 cheap ass steaks are tough, they're not flavorful and whatnot, and using the pineapple will make it to where they are not tough. In fact, if you put them into pineapple for more than a couple hours, it's pretty much going to turn into soggy powder, which is a very unique, but I guess
Yeah. They
accurate
marinated
description.
one steak for, I think it was a day.
No, I
And,
don't think they got up to the day, but I think they got up to like 12 hours, and they're just like, no, never again. Don't do this.
hey, Brain, what's going on today?
Yo.
How, how did your Gloomhaven stuff go? I watched for about 45 minutes. Looked like you guys were having fun.
You know, that was actually a game that caught my eye, but I'm drawing a slight blank because there's a handful of other games that caught my eye.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's a turn-based RPG, and it's um, you it's co-op.
Yeah, I
It,
know, and that's part of the reason why I remember it sticking out because it was a co-op. Oh, found water.
where is your ass? Oh, you're down there. Yeah, yeah. So they had like a Kickstarter for Gloomhaven, and the Kickstarter did fucking amazing.
Yeah, so did Star Citizen or whatever.
Yeah. Well, but originally it was a board game, and they turned it into a
Oh,
digital game. So it's come on, where's Buddha in the water? But yeah, no.
Okay, I'll put a waypoint where I'm at. Well,
Oh,
I'll put the
okay, I
waypoint
see
in the
it.
water.
I got it. I got it. I see the water.
Yeah, no, right now we're juggling this Monster Hunter Rise, which we have some opinions on, and Terraria, which we put a plenty of time into, and we do enjoy to a certain
Yeah.
extent.
Yeah, Terraria is fun. We played it for too long this time around.
Yeah, it's the longevity aspect that we run into certain issues on, but yeah, it's the way it works.
But yeah, no, Icarus has been a blast. Yeah, it's one of those you check it out on Steam. It's got like a 60% approval rating right now. Like, and you get these people on there that are, they're this game's not. They don't recommend the game, and then they have 1,000 hours into it. It's like,
Yeah, no,
okay.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I got some goddamn critiques for this game.
Yeah.
I would put this at an 80% personally.
Well,
No, correction. I'd probably put it at a 70. And if they make the corrections required, it should probably be up to a 90. But yeah,
well, they definitely need to optimize this game. I mean,
well, and that's where I just keep thinking back to. There's always those like low level aspect, like what would I or what little changes would I want? And one of the ones that keeps coming to mind is like, hey, I pick up this thing, and then I say, okay, deploy, but it doesn't exit me out of the inventory space.
yeah.
So I have to click deploy, and then I have to exit out my inventory. Then I can deploy the item. It's like, no. How is this not a streamlined process?
Yeah, I think they will too. The only thing that and Ark did it for years. Like they were in early
I was gonna
access
say, yeah,
for
no, this is
years.
probably gonna be a not so BS level of Arc because
Yeah.
they at least hit a point that went, okay, this is actively deployed, where Arc was releasing DLC while it was in beta.
Well, I would argue this game's still in beta.
But they have at least released a DLC, and they're at least claiming it is complete. I understand where you're coming from, but still, they're at least going, okay, this is developed enough that we can claim it's complete. It's not, but whatever.
Yeah, well, they do the weekly update stuff where they're, this week they do weekly content updates, which, tells me that they know full and well that this game is not done. And deploy. There we go. I mean, I'm glad they're actively working on it.
Actually, that was one of those things me and Psionics got a bit of a chuckle out of. Is we were looking at some of the changes that they did in the update, and it's like, hey, look, we can get mushroom seeds.
Yeah,
Hooray!
you want mushrooms, you have to buy them in the shop and bring them down to the planet.
Yeah, you have to, I guess, 3D print them on the space station. Woo woo!
They don't.
But yeah, no. After you
How are
said
you
that they
supposed to
were
get mushrooms then?
fucking lame.
Well, thanks for telling us, man.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we're still, trying to focus on getting the armor first, but
Yeah, I mean, priorities, but
it's so dumb.
eventually you'll be able to take mushrooms down to the planet.
Eventually, mushrooms will be on the planet, but no.
That's awesome. Oh, so they must be obtainable. So they give you the seeds. I wonder how you grow them.
You plant them in caves, I guess.
Yeah, you just throw them in there. I mean, I guess. Basic house down. We should have to experiment one of these days.
No, that's the thing that kills me, especially with the. No, it's the. Is it the cooking bench or the potbelly stove? All or that's where it's like, yeah, no, you need mushrooms for this. You need mushrooms for this. You need mushrooms for this. Okay, where do we get mushrooms? Oh, they don't exist. Oh, that that's great.
Good to know.
It's so slow.
Walking your slow ass into the house.
So, oxide, oxide, oxide.
Here's some meat for when you set up the campfire.
Wood. So I just put 148 wood, 180 fiber. I guess. Do you want me to make you a sickle, or
Yeah,
you
sickle
want
would
to
be
just
good.
leave? Okay, so bone, leather, fiber. If that's what's required. Craft. Sickle. You know, actually, we're a little curious about well, I'm curious about some input. FS. When it comes down to it, one of the things I was trying to think of is like, especially since we're co-oping this game, the the division of like talent, or yeah, the division of using talent to, okay, how many talent points do you put into, or so I'm thinking like with one character, I should say, since I'm assuming I would be making multiple, is one character would do uh combat and hunting, just so you know you can, okay, on, or one person's going to go around, they're going to go killing, and then in which case they're going to be able to do the skinning and what have you,
But
in
like when
which
you're
case
doing
that,
the hunting missions, you have a character like, this is the guy who does my hunting missions.
yeah, well, and that's where there are going to be certain ones who are like, you know, the especially with like the hardcore hunting, okay, this, I'm going to be making a character that's going to have a lot of hit points, they're going to be God, that thing's full already. Well, you have a sickle in there already.
Uh,
Oh, that's right. I should be taking that. So,
we need a
wood,
workbench.
stone, leather.
Need to go get some more wood before I make a workbench.
We have enough wood. We just need stone. You got stone on you?
17. How much more do we need?
No more. I'm making right now.
Oh, all right.
But yeah, no, it's one of those things that we were trying to just like define or divine out based on how the game is set up, because you're locked when it comes, or at level 40, you
Yeah.
get a little bit more than 40 skill points. So, like, are you, are, I'm assuming you're supposed to be making specialized characters for missions. I'm making 2 longbows right now.
Nice.
And, fuck berries. I need one more bone now.
There's some bone in the box.
Oh, good.
Mm.
Grab your longbow.
Yeah, I'm kind of focused on building. Destroy.
Well, and see, right now, you have to think about we're talking more specifically when it comes to talents, and when it comes to
Yeah.
talents, I mean, we could both technically be people who do, you know, uh, medicine and whatnot. And unless I've missed it in the talents, I don't remember seeing anything that improved,
Like medicine
like
yield or
making
anything like
medicine
that.
or medicine being better. So I mean, we still want someone who can do the medicine, the cooking. The fact that I would have to be able to, well, one of us would have to be able to put 5 points in so we could get better campfires. Honestly, because of the limitation, like if you're looking at my top right screen, I would give up all of exploration and I would give up all of cooking to put them elsewhere. So I would give up the plus 50% maximum health, which would hurt obviously, and give up the 10% movement speed. And if we already get the oxygen tank and whatnot, you
Yeah.
know, getting rid of the food, water, and oxygen consumption, that seems like that can be burned away. And yeah, all the cooking, farming, I would just toss that out. Like, if I was gonna have a near infinite amount of level ups, yeah, I would keep those. But that limitation is like, nope. I would rather do away with and just try to live with, or live without, as it were.
And if you have that armor that you can get from the workshop, um, I feel like that would be very, very good. Um, it make wood into sticks, animal health bars, extra food, move. That is almost exactly what I've done. With the addition that I also upgraded wood structures and
And see,
the
and see,
yeah.
I'm
So
actually like 90% agreeing with what you're saying. I mean, obviously you have way more experience than we do at this point, but the
yeah,
initial thought that I was having, a sec, oxygen, the thing that makes the oxygen sound.
oh yeah, no, we're just spitballing here. I get that. It's just kind of that's
Yeah,
one of the things we've been talking about for the last couple days is
because in a sense we're kind of flat-footed at this point. Like we have, we have certain assumptions, but you have more experience, so it's like, okay, what does this guy think who has more experience? Because right now, giving up movement speed would suck, but when it comes down to it, I would rather put the points elsewhere. I giving up the 50 health, that would suck, but I would rather put it elsewhere. And now that I have this character that can make the ghillie armor and the polar bear armor, if I'm ever going towards the mission where it's like, hey, you gotta go play in the Arctic, okay, fine, I'll use this character, but I don't think I'm gonna have any other character that will have the ghillie armor blueprint or the polar bear blueprint. It just doesn't seem useful. Where the break wood down to sticks, that is hyperly useful.
yeah,
And then also, I would take some of that to improve my carrying weight. Adding 20% to 40% sounds awesome. Um, Combat, I mean, I've got an extra 20% to damage due to bows because I'm the main hunter now, even though Xionyx was kicking ass and taking names.
I'm the better hunter.
You were hunting more earlier. I've been hunting more later.
Yeah, that is true.
Like I said, the oxygenator thing's up, so if you want to come back and put your canister on there.
All right. Yeah, I was trying to find a cave to see if we could get us some early metals, and I'm not having a whole lot of luck.
But I mean, like I was saying earlier too, is like,
Yeah, I just
yeah.
spoke too
Well,
soon.
and that the workshop armor, yeah, that's gonna fix 90% of everything. I'm just thinking early game, because I mean, we're gonna get there eventually, but the fact that we're pretty much clearing out one mission a week, we're not exactly drilling this game. Ooh, actually, I need to go grab my oxygen real quick because I'm about to suffocate.
IcarusIntel.com maps. Hey, you mind private messaging me that so I don't lose it?
I'll make a copy of it.
Worms?
No, that's actually was one of those things that, oh, there's hidden caves. So before you watched us, we spent a while like, okay, where are hidden caves? How do we find hidden caves?
Oh, for a
Yeah,
second there,
I
I was starting to
copied it.
think this might be a wormless. Whoa, okay, that's. Nope.
Worm's cave. What a silly
Yeah,
idea.
I know about it here before I.
Nice.
Hmm.
Sorry, I was about to asphyxiate. I had a full Shengong Leiwei O2 tank. I consumed to fill it up. Barely saw a tick go down.
So,
Where
my
is the
waypoint on the map is a cave.
Oh, God damn it.
Hmm.
Okay.
Is this a box canyon?
Nah, I don't think so. There's no X's around. Yeah, to the north there are X's, so no. Yeah, I don't think it's a box canyon.
Well, no, I'm just to the south. It looks like
If you zoom out and go
uh
north, you see X's. I'm assuming that means we're
the boundaries.
well, not exactly boundaries, but I think it means mountain ranges. So I use that for okay, we're not able to traverse that regardless of what we do. So like we can even build a ramp to go over it.
Huh? Yeah, I knew I was too close when I did that. I was dumb. But yeah, now
Oh,
having a
at least we
map
got
up of the caves would be nice.
and wheat. FS, you ever play Satisfactory? Because right now that's kind of coming to mind.
Yeah. Yeah, Satisfactory is it's an automation game. Um
Yeah. The if you want to look up a game that's kind of like it, look up Factorio. It's essentially the same, except our Satisfactory is 3D, where Factorio isn't, and Factorio is procedurally generated, where Satisfactory, I believe there's one map. It just comes down to where you spawn.
yeah. All
God,
right,
just
well, I
finding
have more
sulfur
wheat
and
than we're
whatnot.
ever gonna need.
Okay, I need to stop. Just mining sulfur and oxide heading towards the cave has half filled my inventory.
Yeah, I stopped doing that too. Unless I missed my mark, that looks like a cave too.
Well, me and Xionyx both thoroughly enjoy Factorio and Satisfactory. We got more time in Factorio, but to be fair, that came out like, what,
Earlier.
2, 3 years before
Uh,
Satisfactory. So, did you find worms in the cave?
Yeah, there are worms in the cave. They're deeper. They're further back though.
I'm going for the copper right now. Well, I guess we need technically iron first, so we can turn this shit into. Um, we need iron so we can make the anvil. That's what I
Yeah,
wanted.
we need iron for the anvil. That gives us our nails, and then we can start making the more advanced workbenches.
Not gonna lie though, if well, might be my perspective, but if we didn't do Factorio and Satisfactory, I'm not 100% sure if I would have been into this game. So those two were my, gateway drugs, as it were.
Got much friggin' sulfur now.
And there's aluminum.
Soy, you're getting destroyed. Grass, you're getting destroyed. East, you're getting destroyed. Don't care.
Yeah, stick with that. Honestly, that's one of those random things I just try to think back to. Is like, how the hell did we? I mean, I remember I was the one who found uh Factorio, and I enjoyed it on the low end, and we totally cheesed co-oping that because I'm a cheap bastard.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, we've easily put in simultaneously something like 500, 600 hours. Satisfactory is kind of like this game where they're like, well, they're not constantly making updates, but when they do update, it seems to be
Big.
extensive. Yeah,
Yeah.
big works. And then it's been fun because we found some people. Who was that one guy who like just tries to break the game?
Oh, Spiffing Brit.
No, not Spiffing Brit. The guy who did the air cannon thing.
Mmm. Let's game it out, I think.
Yeah, let's game it out. So yeah, no, there's this one YouTube channel. They kind of try to just break games, like literally drop their frame rates down to 0 or down to 1. And they found out a way to make the some that they call the air cannon. And it's like if you want to shoot yourself all the way across the map, here's what you do. And you know what? As soon as you can make parachutes, that is one of the best ways to travel from one base to another because usually oil supplies one area, this or your cement's in another area. Like there's a lot of mobility that's required.
Yeah. You can cook squash, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't want to put you there.
God, those tanks take forever to fill up.
This is why I was saying we might still want to make a leather tank, but when it comes down to it. Okay, so
I mean, but I'm assuming once this thing is full, I'm probably going to be fine for the next 3 hours.
well, like I said, when I was down to pretty much hypoxia level in this, I literally consumed and I lost like a tick. I've lost very little health, as it were. Wins. Okay, so
Not too bad.
need stone, need wood, need fiber. Okay, so
I got, well, 15 stone.
yeah, I need lots of stone.
You going for,
I'm going for the smelter and I'm going for the textile bench. I'm going for both.
I'll have to get some stone then.
Stone.
Probably gonna need a
I
hammer.
got 50 stone now. I'm going for fiber. Okay, I'm getting in trouble, FS, because I don't know how to pronounce her name. It was,
Brain.
huh?
It's Brain.
No, the chick who actually raided us.
Oh, that's on the set.
Well, I was okay. Anglicet. Okay, I think I would have pronounced that differently, but I'm fine with that. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
no,
think
that's one of those things I've
Anji.
been mildly
Yeah,
curious
yeah.
about.
Okay, yeah. So
Anglais?
that's what I
Anglais?
Anji.
Well, I'm look
Yeah,
Aungle,
no,
and I.
I checked out her VODs, dude. It's
Uh,
Anji.
okay, yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine being wrong.
I mean,
But
Brain can correct me, but I'm pretty sure it's Anji.
there's stone. Sorry, distracted. Give me a sec. Uh, okay, now I'm cross-eyed. Okay, so wood. Wood is what I need now. Stone or wood?
Well, I put more stone in the box.
Okay. But yeah, no, I was wondering when it comes to, because well, from what Donix is telling me, like literally that's her name, or that's just what she uses as a handle.
That's her
I
handle,
mean,
is on. Yeah.
oh, she said
I,
he says full name. He, she, brain,
yeah,
FS says.
it's just she.
But yeah, no, the question I've been curious about is like when you're, I'm assuming you guys are co-oping, so I think, well, from what Zyonix tells me, you guys are probably, 3-player co-oping, and it's like, what decisions do you guys make on that particular front in this game? Because with 3 people, then yeah, you can do a legit division of labor. Where it's 2, you can do a division of labor, but it's tight.
Yeah, I
Oh,
didn't.
okay.
She
But
does
yeah,
co-op Icarus with other people, but hey,
so with the other people you've co-opted with, like, I mean, I'm
ruh-roh.
assuming you did the same thing we did, where you made a bunch of silly mistakes, where it's like, okay, we got a bunch of levels, but now once you realize the limitations, it's like, okay, yeah, what we're doing is not going to be feasible for some of the harder missions. So I was a little curious about any of the thought processes and decision makings you guys made on that front, because that's right now where me and Zyonix are at, where it's just like, okay, in this situation, because like I said, right now we're just like trying to do, okay, we now know our limitations. What should we experiment and try on? Because yeah, at this point, I mean,
Okay.
I don't know what Zyonix would do when it comes to, say, construction front.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
the
so you've been
being
doing,
able, yeah,
okay.
being able to carry a stone house out for structure has been nice.
Well, like I was saying earlier, is for
Yeah, no,
me, I'm running
you
around
have,
damn near empty, so
yeah,
I can carry a chunk of that weight, especially once we get to, backpack research and shit like that. We we can divvy up the load.
yeah. There's a
Yeah, no, I
good ton of
well,
wood for you.
our suit, well, at least my antisocial nature, it usually comes down to doing pickup games are more annoying, so I'd rather solo that shit, but
Yeah.
that's me.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like if you have that workshop armor and a oxygen tank and a and a water bottle, like I suspect that would make. No, I can't put it there.
Well, and that's actually something I
Oh,
was talking to Zyonix about earlier, where it's like,
Haha, perfect.
having
Not
having the
perfect. Not perfect.
Are you burning shit down? Yes, you are.
Burning.
You set the house on fire. I'm not helping.
Okay, so that was not my best decision ever.
It was his second best decision ever. What was I thinking? Okay.
Alright, we don't have
You're
any
gonna probably have to
room.
put. I would tear down your box that has all the wheat, or do you want me to do that and then put it
Yeah, you
over
do
there?
that.
Okay.
We don't need that second.
Take all. You're good. Of course, that's another thing we're kind of experimenting right now, which I'm assuming you understand exactly what we're doing, well, to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Is we're trying to figure out how much can we do with a hyperly limited space. You know, honestly, I don't even want to keep you up anymore.
Here are the.
Oh.
Let's grab a bunch of sticks real quick.
Hey, don't be hating.
Hmm?
Oh. Ooh. Oh, lame.
Stack crates and mortar and pestle on top of benches. I didn't know you could put crates on top of benches. It makes sense
I
though,
bet.
because you can put the mortar and pestle on.
Well, I just put the box over here. Well, he puts the mortar and pestle on top of the
On the herbalism bench.
yeah.
It makes sense to my brain.
And that we're probably not gonna be able to make. And I doubt you have leather on you.
No, I have been working on. At the moment, I'm just making a shit ton of tree sap.
That's just fine. Oh, that was the other thing I wanted to do. But yeah, it's one of those where it's like, okay, what can we do in the most limited amount of spaces? Because Onyx over there really likes to make castles, mansions, ridiculously big buildings that don't actually matter. And
They are
he
not.
likes to build them on islands so they could be, literal castles with moats, which he's now given me permission to like execute his ass anytime he decides to do
Next
that.
time I try and build a hat. Next time I try and build a castle, Buddha gets to kill me. Okay,
Actually, one of the things we were trying to, or one of the limits we were testing, what, 3 weeks ago now, 2 weeks ago now,
yeah.
is making a house, and then he made a corner roof because I think it was like a 4x6 or some shit like that.
Yeah.
It was just a wood structure, but he was making a house, and it's like, hey, maybe if we just cover this one corner, it will be considered sheltered. In which case, we can then, uh, use that little corner for producing, like with the crafting bench and what have you.
Yeah.
But no, the game was not that lenient or forgiving, so that didn't work out at all.
No. The game was not impressed with me and my shenanigans.
But hopping back a dozen parts of this conversation, what or the idea I've been having is pretty much depending on the mission, you're gonna want to specialize. So when you have one of those like extermination missions, you're going to be going in with, hey, I'm combat heavy with some other benefits, and then just kind of run with that. I should have made myself a torch.
Some of that delicious tree sap.
There you are.
A bit more.
But and that's where my mindset's been at this point is basically you want to have a specialized character for each map that you go into. So some you're going to want a more generalized characters, others you're going to want straight up this is hitman assassins with building capabilities, shit like that.
Yeah, no, I'd be down to try a hardcore mission.
Yeah, I mean,
I kind of want to get our armor, but yeah, no, I'd be good to team up, dude. Looks
we are totally down to try or to get punched in the face.
Alright.
I mean, you see our characters, we can give you some time to look at what we've put our talents into.
Yeah.
We are not the most well, our current characters I should say are not the most decisive of character builds, but you know, based on ignorance, we
I
you know,
feel like we're
we can,
fairly well rounded.
yeah. 12.
I'm gonna refill my cup and take a leak. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Buddha, your primary.
Roger, Roger. Crafting stone furnace. Yeah, no, we're a little bit torn, especially on. I don't think no. So if you look at, ooh, I don't want to set myself on fire. If you look at the, what mission was that? It's the in the first. Well, I call them nodes, but that first general area where, uh, sorry, checking something out real quick. When you first start the game and you look at the top left, I've been looking at that and it's just like, you know, you're right. For copper, and we took on the not hardcore extermination mission, and well, I got wrecked. Zionics, pretty much. Well, I was the one building some of the materials, but yeah, Zionics ultimately carried us on that one. And it's one of those little tidbits where it's like, were we playing poorly? Did we try it too early? Wow. Wait till Zionics back. I mean, I yeah, no, that could be intriguing. Lots of death, as long as you're willing to accept that.
What are you two getting me into?
Look at the oh, I don't know if you can. He wants to try a hardcore with level 0, man.
I mean, that would basically be consequence free.
Yeah, level 0, no equipment, just go in and go for it. I mean,
Oh, wait.
that'd be intense.
Man, that flatbread didn't do shit to my canteen. Hmm. I did not mean to put you in the fire. Yeah, no, I know you don't. Yeah. So I got some flatbread in there.
Oh, here I am salivating over flatbread. Of course, I guess I have to wait for some of this shit to disappear.
I'm gonna head out towards the cave.
Okay. Just started the furnace. Gonna be collecting a bit more. Oh, actually, no. Think about it. You know, this is one of those little tidbits that really ticks me off about the game, especially when it comes to the mining aspect. Is we do pretty much ghillie armor first, but ghillie armor is like you want to get hyperthermic in the middle of the desert. This is what you use.
Yeah.
Kind of pisses me off.
No, honestly, I feel like we should. Yeah. I mean, I guess if we can get up to Hunter, great. But I feel like.
No, and that's part of the problem is right now it might be best to just go straight for fur
For
armor because
yeah.
that'll give us the cold resistance, and that seems important for playing in caves.
The cold resistance will be good for playing in caves, and honestly, it's probably all we need to get through the Arctic. Last time we had an Arctic mission, we went through this. This is talking to Brain and anyone else in chat. Last time we had an
Yeah.
Arctic mission, we went through the hassle of crafting 2 full sets of polar bear gear.
I mean,
Um,
it really did help.
it
Just
did,
probably wasn't necessary.
but we spent like 4 goddamn hours hunting polar bears.
Well, to be fair, we hate polar bears. And me.
Yeah, we do hate polar bears. Yeah, no, and the polar bear armor, like it's so warm, like you can't wear it inside your house, otherwise you'll give yourself heat stroke. I don't know if you've ever made it before, but
Wait a minute, the mission we're on is all about finding enough copper or gold and copper, or?
mm,
Well, I'm looking at what FS is
yeah,
saying.
no, I saw that. Um, I mean, copper is good for nails and a few things. I'm not sure.
Gold is only meant, well, as far as I know, for electronics.
I may have been a bit too eager to get here. Oh
Okay.
yeah, make the radar. You need tons of electronics. Gotcha.
Well, radar, unless they changed that, I guess I need to take a quick look-see.
Yeah.
Because radar actually took, oh, no, they got rid of it. Radar used to take a talent to unlock.
So now it's just
Yeah, now both radar and extractors are just given.
is it tier 4?
Tier 4.
All right. Okay, so radar, extractor, portable beacon. Oh, you have to start this mission to unlock them. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I know the, got it. Yeah, the way they
Pick
made it
these
look
up.
is the same way as making sticks and whatnot, where it's like, well, you haven't used talents to unlock this. It's like, oh, shit. Okay, where do I go to unlock this thing?
Yeah.
Gotta wait for that to. Okay. So,
Have you ever mined a rock in the pale moonlight? It's dark and no one can see shit.
Oh, fur, rope and leather. Don't care about
Yeah,
rabbits.
normally we do sleep. Just kind of.
We didn't have enough leather. Is ultimately
Yeah,
our
we
main
don't have a.
choke point right now.
We didn't have a bed. But no, you are 100% correct. We probably should have just went to
Well,
sleep.
I kind of argue we back or go back and forth because there are times where it's like, okay, we need to make this, we need to make this. So, spend in game an hour or two messing around with some of the low tier stuff that you do just inside of your house.
Yeah.
But the only reason why we didn't go to bed is we ran out of leather making other things. And when you don't have leather,
Nope, still not lined up to see in that cave.
besides, I kind of look badass when I'm sitting here sniping monsters. Sorry,
Monster wolves in the middle of the
sniping,
night.
sniping at animals in the middle of the night. Oh look, there's them over there. Headshot. Damn straight. I'm a badass.
Speaking of.
Make sure you put your leather and fur on the textile bench, please.
Well, I'm not,
Well, I assume you're on your way back.
I was kind of waiting for it to be daylight, but at the moment I'm trying to find a deer. Can't find it. I'm an idiot.
No argument.
Shot that deer. I want its carcass. There it is. Yeah, and actually the compression rate for the stream would probably be pretty fucking terrible. Yeah, it's gonna be 7 o'clock by the time I get home. I'm just gonna stay here.
Well, it kind of comes down to what your load is at.
My load's not
Are you?
bad.
I was gonna say if
Um,
you're nearly full, then yeah, straight up come back. If you're not, yeah,
no.
stay out.
I came out here with the intention of mining, and there we go. I can see in the cave now. Yeah, no, I came out here to get metal. So I was trying to be frugal about what I brought. Alright. Where are those cave worms? Well, hello there, friend. Damn it. Stupid poison. Come on. Stick your head back out. Like, it's just barely not enough to kill him with two.
No, if you want to 1 to 2, well, I still think the cave worms at least scale up to a certain extent, because I remember I was pretty much one-shotting with longbow and bone arrows.
Yeah.
You know, that's actually another one of those little funny tidbits where it's like the desert aspect now made me hyperly. We need to have plenty of sticks. But now that we're in more foresty area, having
Yeah. Oh, no,
sticks is
that's
like,
another one.
okay, yeah, no, we're gonna be fine.
I feel like I'm about to get pneumonia.
Then run! Run!
Can you grab some backpacks if you're screwing around at base?
I'm around the base, but we still need more leather.
Okay.
Oh, that's what I need to do. Personal fail.
What did you do wrong this time?
I didn't make myself a bone knife.
You've been
You know.
skinning shit with iron knife this whole time?
No, I have not. I wish I was getting shit with iron knife. I've been doing it with a stone knife.
Oh,
Straight up caveman, man.
that other material. Found a gold ore node. That'll help. But if we're gonna get big enough to where, because making the radar and extractor, building up to the fabricators, probably going to require a bigger base.
Yeah, it will be. Well, and that's where I was talking about earlier too, where hey, I can make you a backpack.
Well, I mean, thank you. I'm a little concerned why you considered not making me a backpack.
We didn't have enough leather, but the leather was just distributed.
Oh, gotcha. Here, I thought you were being spiteful. Like, fuck you, make your own backpack.
Nah, that would be a you thing. I'm the nice one here. Or not.
Ruh-roh. I know that noise.
Hmm.
Goddamn cave worm respawned while I was in the friggin' cave. Guess their copper. Guess their deaths were spread out a little bit. I think I killed 2 or 3 the first day I was here.
The deaths aren't precisely spread out. It's more
You
like
think they're all
I think
back
the
now?
worst. Huh?
You think they're all back now?
No. I just the way or like one of the worst caves I remember clearing is you have worms for like the front end, the worms for the middle, and worms for the back end.
Like
So
a
if you're
mullet.
going in, huh?
Like a mullet.
Yeah. So when you go further back, there are some worms that are just there. And I've had that happen where, like, I've killed a worm in one specific area, and then all of a sudden another worm pops out, and then another worm pops out. But if you go in, if you're more aggressive about it, and you push yourself in, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, there's two worms here. So you kill one, you kill the other. Then it's possible for, you know, a third worm to appear after you killed those. Well, I'm at the entrance to the cave if you want to come. Yeah.
Ooh, you're like Amazon, man.
Okay, that's annoying. Hold on a sec. I'm dropping the backpack at your feet. Now, if you want to drop some, you know, stone and whatnot for me to take back. You got your own worm theory, FS? I'm more than willing to listen. I mean,
I guess
listen,
you can
okay.
take this too. Oh, are you overloaded?
I'm way overloaded, but fuck it. I wanted a nice scenic walk anyways.
You're bow-legged.
I don't have rickets. You have rickets. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised that there would be worm theory in this
Well,
game.
I mean, the thing is I cleared this cave. I went all the way to the back. There were no more worms. The cave was clear.
I
And
don't know if they're reset every day or so. It does take a little bit of
shit.
time.
Ah, damn
And
it.
Xionyx being... No, I'm just going to say Xionyx. He thought that if you killed worms, they would be gone until you saved, quit, and came back into the game, which... so Xionyx.
I mean, in my
Friday on a
experience.
different scale.
So yeah, we seem to be at some sort of funny respawn rate right now. That's the second worm to show up.
Well, and now another theoretical idea that just came to mind is I wonder if it's possible that depending on the map difficulty is kind of like talking about the respawn rate. And maybe that's why that desert map that we were doing was such a pain in the ass, is the fact that we're doing a 3-star map. Sorry. We're doing a 3-star map, so it just meant a really high respawn rate for all the animals, which on that one would mean all the predators.
Yeah, we killed so many friggin' cougars and hyenas on that friggin' map.
Hell, that was the first time we got over flooded by leather instead of over flooded by bones, so yeah.
I mean, you can always make bow and arrows, though.
Personally, I'm assuming that the worms get reset about every, well, now minus the whole my new theory of the difficulty level. I think
Yeah.
worms get reset pretty much every day, day and a half. So you'll get about a 24-hour period if you wipe out the worms. Because that's the other problem is, like I said earlier, it seems like the worms are sectioned. So you'll have like 3 or 4 worms in the very front. Then you'll have 3 or 4 worms in the middle. And then you can have 3 or 4 worms at like the very end of the cave. And so it'll
Yeah.
seem like they're respawning or resetting or what have you. But ultimately it's just in the segments they have higher worm counts than you're expecting. So when you
Yeah.
leave and come back, it just seems like they're respawning. Because there was 1 or 2 caves where I was able to go in quickly, and I had to kill like say 4 or 5 worms at the very goddamn front. And then after I killed those 4 or 5 worms in quick succession, I was able to spend, at least in that front area, mining peacefully. But as soon as I hit the mid-tier area, then all of a sudden there were worms spawning there. And then I also had to kill like 3 or 4 worms there. And then once I killed those 3 or 4 worms off, I was free in the mid-tier area. And then as soon as I started clearing that area and getting all the way to the back end of the goddamn cave, then I started seeing a few more worms popping up. But usually at the tail end of the cave, there's only like 2 or 3.
And I get that. I'm not arguing against that. I'm
Well,
just
I'm more
saying I
talking to
cleared
FS
this
about that.
cave. Oh, alright.
But yeah, no. So you may have cleared it. Fucking no.
May?
Out on a tree.
You could always try the unstuck gamble.
Yeah, I hacked it.
I about to say, you unstuck yourself, you might make a home, or
Well, right
you
now
might
I'm
find a
getting
bear.
wrecked by exposure, which is just a mild rainstorm. What a weak creature I am.
I mean, running around in the rain can be hard.
I'm wet. I don't want to move.
You're still walking home?
Yep. Hey! All of a sudden the exposure rate is falling. I can now be a little more mobile.
Yeah. Probably shouldn't have overloaded you.
Never gonna minimize the faults of Xionics. It's just not in my nature.
You're the one who said, give me everything you want to send home.
I did not. I said, give me some stuff to take home. Not everything. And if I said everything, I was wrong. I meant to just say, give me some of the stuff so you can keep mining longer after I gave you a backpack that increased your weight capacity. Because if you were over 100%, I was most definitely going to be over 100%.
You don't have a backpack?
No, I gave you the one and only backpack that we have.
Aw.
Me being the nice guy. Yeah. Go pound sand. Iron. Gold doesn't matter. Copper.
Yeah, I like the filling up on weight. That sucks. That's like the worst reason to have to go home.
Well, and that's one of those when I was thinking about like, okay, I'm gonna, reassess how I do my skill points. Increasing weight capacity was actually one of the first things. It was like, yeah, that needs to be higher on the list.
Well, yeah, like so weight capacity. I mean, but I also add health and stamina to that list. Like upping your health, upping your stamina. Like that's just all around good to have.
And I could see upgrading stamina, but health, because it would be like the only thing on the tree that I would do. I'm tempted to just ignore it.
Yeah, I disagree with you. I
Which is
think
fine.
upgrading your
I'm just
health and
thinking
stamina is.
general. If we're thinking what we're gonna do with future characters and how we're gonna do it, that's one of the things that's coming to mind. Let me go pee real quick. But yeah, it's just when you have limited skill points, I'd rather force myself to be more squirrely. And don't get me wrong, there's always those times where all of a sudden you're surrounded by like 5 boars, 3 wolves, and a bear. In which case you're just like, okay, I'm kind of boned, and I don't know if that extra 50 hit points is gonna save your ass or not.
And you're right, Brain. You can increase your health and stamina with food. But you can have more if you increase your base. I don't know. I like to err on the side of caution when it comes to things like, primary resources like that, like health and stamina and stuff like that. But you could, ultimately save yourself, like, I guess, what is it, 6 talent points? by not upping your health and stamina?
Well, I would keep the stamina mainly because it's actually required for some of the goodies that I want. But health, it would literally be the one and only thing that I pick from that
Oh, for
tree.
that tree. Okay.
Yeah. In
I
which
see what you're
case,
saying.
yeah, no, it would be great, but I'm not getting anything else in that tree. Where stamina, that's actually kind of along the path I want to go anyway. So hell yeah, I'm going to take advantage of that.
Yeah, see, I wasn't thinking in terms of, only investing at the base of a tree that you actually want to go down. I was thinking in terms of, yeah, no, having more
Overall.
health is good. Like, the...
Yeah, as soon as I
Uh-oh.
recognize
No, no,
that
no, 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 no. Oh, shit. Fuck. Damn it.
we were gonna have a limit on the talent trees, I don't know if you've ever played at FS, but you ever play? Well, Fallout 3 is the more specific one that comes to mind. But there's two perks, and you're very limited on perks. And one of them is what was it?
Me,
Get it now or whatever.
here and now.
Here and now, which would give you a free level up, push you from level 1 to level 2, level 2 to level 3, level 10 to level 11. So you wouldn't have to get XP, you just automatically level up. Sounds nice, but the fact is level cap, especially without the DLC, is level 30.
Yeah.
You're gonna get there eventually. That's just a wasted perk. And then there's another perk that is I forget what it is, but ultimately it gives you plus 10% to all XP. So everything you do and that gets you XP, you get an additional 10%. Do I need to come revive your ass?
No, no, I'm good. Woo, that was close.
And both of those, to a certain extent, sound nice, but by and large, they are the most useless perks. It's better to just skip them. And that's kind of where I'm thinking when it comes to at least the robust explorer. I could skip that. But putting 3 points in to chase him down for the plus 40 to stamina seems perfectly useful. And the fact that we've run into bone issues, doing bone collector seems quite important. Might skip the 25% yield from butchering for meat, though. That seems kind of irrelevant now.
Yeah, meat's never been a problem for us.
Yeah, so then you should definitely understand what I'm talking about. Yeah, no, I've spent a little too much time on Fallout 3. Actually, me and Zyonix, we were co-oping. We decided to make a perfect character. Yeah. And you have to talk to Zyonix. I don't know if you ever looked into the glitches, but you can make yourself an entire goddamn army. Yeah, we made a perfect character with an entire army with nothing but legendary weapons.
The perfect character being
10
all our
stats on everything, and we had 100 to all of our
skills.
skills. Yeah, no, we were beast, and we took advantage of different glitches. Like if you use, what is it? I want to say Arctic gear, but that sounds wrong. It's the sneak gear that you get from the Chinese DLC or whatever.
Yeah,
It
the
makes it to where you can
Project
wear an
Anchorage.
unlimited yeah, Anchorage. It makes it to where you could wear an unlimited amount of hats. In which case, I mean, that led to a bunch of different perks on its own, or benefits on its own. Yeah, no, we literally went out to make a perfect character, and as soon as we made the perfect character, and especially because we had an army with us, we literally just walked around and, you know, what were they called? Death claws? Yeah, death claws. Death claws were just evaporating.
Yeah, well, the thing is there's so you have the infinite hat glitch that you can get from the Chinese
Anchorage.
stealth armor,
Yeah.
and then Sharon is bugged with the Sharon contract is kind of bugged, where like you can fire
Sharon's
Sharon.
the Sharon is the zombie, the
Yeah,
ghoul,
the ghoul.
the ghoul follower that you can get. He's is he evil or is he neutral? I think he's evil.
No, he's actually good, but
Oh,
he follows you.
huh?
He follows you because you have the contract.
Yeah.
Um, and or maybe he's just neutral because I know he's just he follows you for the contract, and the what you do is you fire Sharon and then you hire another follower, and then Sharon will walk up and talk to you and go, "Are you releasing me from my contract?" And then you say no, and he rejoins you, so you effectively get a free follower. Um, so yeah, we went through and did this with. I think we had 6 or 7 followers. Like we
Mm,
had like Buddha's not lying. We had a fucking army, and basically we just give them all the best equipment we had. The tri laser guns and things like that. All the
well, the one
legendary
that
shit we
comes to
weren't
mind because
using.
it was the most annoying one to get. Well, not the most annoying one to get, but one of the deadlier ones to get was the Vengeance. You have to go into the Deathclaw cave to get it.
Yeah,
And I remember giving it to that one mutant that joined you. Oh, God, I should know
Fox.
his name. Fox. Yes, Fox. I always gave it to Fox because why wouldn't I give it to Fox?
Well, I
But
mean,
yeah,
because he has a minigun already. Um, and he
but
already does
yeah,
like his free weapon is a minigun, and he already does a lot of damage.
but
Um,
yeah, no, I literally did a bunch of stuff to just like, okay, I'm gonna go around and collect all the legendary equipment. And don't get me wrong, I never got all. I got a fuck ton, but I
I
never
think
got
in a
all.
perfect character, we got all of it.
I don't think so. I'm because you have to think about it. At that point, it's
Well, I
like the
mean, there's
legendary BB gun
something.
and
Well,
whatnot.
yeah, there are some things that like you can get one or the other. I think. I know
No,
that was. Hmm?
which one are you thinking about? One or the other? Like
Uh,
example wise, I'm drawing a complete blank on that one.
like the Republic of Dave, like depending on whether or not you become king or whatever, I think that matters.
No, because
Uh,
you can steal the legendary weapon. That's how I always got it, if I remember right. I mean, it's been a couple years at this point, but
by the
if I
way,
remember, you
I
can.
found
Huh?
exotics in that cave.
Woo woo.
So technically, I think we've just completed the mission.
Use fabricator to craft radar and extractor. So
Well, you're supposed to use
maybe, but
that
I'm
to,
like,
to find the exotics, and then you're supposed to take the exotics back and load them on your spaceship. Like the last
but do you really
objective is
think they only
loading.
want like? I mean, I don't know how many exotics you got, but I don't think. Well, yeah, I don't
8.
know how many exotics you got.
And in hindsight, I probably should have left it alone until we had better pickaxes, so we could have gotten more out of it. Oh, deep vein. Okay. Alright, so I was thinking of a different mission.
But yeah, no. When we were making that perfect character, we were mapping it out. Like, okay, so we want damage resistance. We want this. We want this. We want this, and we planned it all out. And to be fair, Anchorage leads to a lot of
Well, and like Anchorage was like the
kind of
very
cheating.
first thing we did too.
Yeah, like as soon as you get
Um,
out, you ignore Megaton, you ignore everything, you just go straight into going to Anchorage. And if you hit Anchorage, you go from what is it like level 3 to like level 12 or 14, I want to say.
something like that. You level up
And
quite
then
a.
we're not gonna lie, we glitched that too, so we can get a shit ton of ammo. Like we walked out of there with you know, like 10,000 5.56 ammo and shit like that. Like we didn't have to worry about ammo for pretty much the rest of the game, just because we're making perfect characters and we weren't gonna scrimp.
Yeah, we were screwing around with godhood at that point. What's a little bit of light cheating?
Well, to be fair, the Anchorage Chinese stealth armor was cheating too because infinite hats. But yeah, no,
Well, but the thing is that was more intermediary. Like at the end, we weren't using the Chinese stealth armor. We were walking around with the T-51B power armor,
no, we were
which
walking around with the T-51B winter power armor.
potato
Which,
padildo,
hey,
it's
it's an important distinction, man. But yeah, no, we went batshit crazy with that because I put way too many hours into that game. I mean, when I first started playing it, I have to admit it didn't jive with me, and it wasn't until I was talking to somebody and they were sort of showing me some of the things to do and how to do it. Then all of
yeah.
a sudden, like I got psychotically into that game, which was like,
I
wow,
thought that
this
was
is
Mass
amazing.
Effect, not Fallout.
No, Mass Effect, I did all on my own. I didn't need no help on that one.
Okay. Yeah, I
But
thought I thought Marshall was the one who ignited your passion for Mass Effect, not for.
no, he did Fallout 3 or Fallout. Mass Effect was I think Marshall might have helped with that, but it was more the dialogue options, like when he did the renegade options, where it's or where he's just saying some fucked up shit, and I was just going, oh yeah, that's an awesome statement. I like this.
Sometimes you just need to be an asshole.
hmm Which is funny because or later when I was doing research, all of a sudden people are like, yeah, no, playing Renegade is actually like the stupidest way you can do Mass Effect. And it's like, oh, but the dialogue options are so much better.
Why is Renegade the stupidest way to play Mass Effect?
Because I think it takes more points into Renegade to do to get the conversations to work, and the benefits I guess are not as good, which is weird because if I remember right, Renegade actually decreases the selling price where Paragon increases. Well, Renegade I believe decreases the price you have to pay to purchase, where Paragon increases the price you get for selling. But I could maybe be inverting that. I don't know. But yeah,
I don't
no,
know. I only actually went through that game once, which is tantamount
yeah,
to original sin to Buddha.
kinda. I went through Mass Effect 1 6 times in less than a week.
Buddha went through Mass Effect 1 on the hardest difficulty with a fresh character
A level 1 character.
and was mad because when he got to the end of it, he didn't hit level cap. He's like, how the fuck are you supposed to hit level cap? And then he
Oh, there's a
discovered
new
there was
game
a new
plus.
game plus.
Yes. Sadly, not that is an accurate story. But it seemed perfectly reasonable that maybe it doesn't matter. But I did beat Mass Effect 1 on Insanity difficulty with a
With
level
a
1
level 1
character. Well,
character.
a fresh character, I should say.
Well, yeah. And so
And
it was
oh,
and he killed everything in the fucking galaxy and
I
couldn't
even
hit
had
level
the
cap.
DLCs. I was doing the DLCs, and I think I beat the game at like level 56, I want to say. It's the best I ever got. I'm just like, how the hell did you get level 60? Oh, there's a new game plus. The face palm that I did in my room while crying to myself was epic.
The face palm to end all face palms.
That was so horrible. But I do love me some Mass Effect. I
Have you
did get
played
me
the
Legendary.
Legendary Edition yet?
I've only played it a little bit, not even gonna lie. Like, it kind of tickled, and then it. Sorry, one second.
You're just not ready to go back to that yet.
Well, I did a bunch of I did early stuff. I still haven't left the Citadel, and then I just like stopped playing for a day. I mean, I still want to go back, obviously, but
You stopped playing for more
it
than a fucking day.
yeah, it's just not tickling the urge. I guess is the only thing I could say. It's not snubbing the game because they did do a lot of improvements, and I'm enjoying it. But you know, when you're not truly feeling it, you're not truly feeling it.
I can't argue with that.
But yeah, no, I played through Mass Effect 1 like 6 times. I played through Mass Effect 2 2 or 3 times. And then I played through Mass Effect 3 twice. And that I regret that. Mass Effect 3 was garbage.
This has come. Crap.
Well, it looks like I need to make a skinning bench now because all of a sudden fur is a rare commodity.
Come on, give me my. There we go. I gotta get out of this cave for a second. Oh, I gave myself the runs.
How do you drink bad water? Yeah, no, that old complaint. We're in space suits.
Alright, I gotta take a leak. I'll be right back.
No, that would be another little change I would do. I mean, it would be more narrative, but the fact that you come down to this planet in a spacesuit, which should theoretically be able to handle, you know, whatever temperature space is supposed to be. Not even gonna pretend to guess a number for that one. Handling a cave should not really have the chance to lead to pneumonia. Might just be me. Just might be me. But yeah, no, that should not lead to pneumonia. I wonder if I can. No, that would set it on fire. Might need to tell Alex he needs to start building a new house. So, how about it, FS? What random games have you gone like psychotically into? Fucking hell, these are amazing.
Alright, sorry about that.
You need to get off your ass and start making better houses, man.
I mean, I'm almost cleared this cave of everything I can mine with my shitty pickaxe. Actually,
shitty pickaxe. How do you do?
we need to come back here with a real pickaxe anyways. So,
I was gonna say, I know I saw some aluminum in there.
yeah, there's some aluminum there. There's some titanium in there. There's a bit more iron I saw. Honestly, I probably went a bit too far with the shitty pickaxe. Especially should have left the exotics until we had a steel pickaxe. I wasn't thinking about that. I saw exotics and went, ooh, exotics. And then when I only got 8, I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, I'm still using the shit pickaxe. So that was my dumbass being dumb, because we could have easily gotten like 12 or 16 out of that with a better pick. So what's the point you have marked on your map?
Oh, nothing. It's where animal I killed was, but I had to run back and drop shit off.
And you are 100% correct, Brain. We do need to get some, well, we don't need gold, but um,
And
we do need to
honestly,
get
I
some
mean,
copper.
gold and copper have been mild. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure there are going to be checkpoints in the future because we just barely started playing with electronics. But yeah, no, we'd be making them. Then all of a sudden she's like, okay, we got gold. We're going to just put it off to the side now.
Yeah, this is going to be the first time we've actually had to use gold.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, we know electronics are required going forward. It's just thus far.
Well, the thing is I shouldn't have hit the copper quite so hard. I should have let it. I should have taken what we needed so we can get the copper that we needed, the copper nails that we needed, and then I should have left it the fuck alone so we can go back with a better pick to get more copper and gold. That's the thing. It's like I wasn't
Oh,
being
so you're thinking
strategic.
about literally maximizing. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Um, I I was being dumb. Um, I should have gotten. I mean, getting the iron so we can get steel bloom, like that has to happen. But we don't need that much copper or copper nails. So I should have left most of the copper in there, and I didn't. Thanks for not just straight up calling me stupid brain. I appreciate that. I really do. But
You stupid. You don't have to say it. I know what or I could smell what the rocket is cooking though, FS. Slow people are fun to watch. They take so long to get where they're supposed to go. Totally not referencing myself in any way, shape, or form on top of that. Just, as a note, I'm perfect.
Buddha never does anything wrong. So, tell me about leaning on power, Buddha.
Yeah, go pound sand. We got 500 wood, in storage.
Oh, okay.
We got almost 600 wood in storage.
Got it. All right, I'll just go in and just grab this wood right. Yeah.
I don't lean on power. I lean on wisdom.
So let me get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay, I feel a minor urge to explain. FS, you ever play Assassin's Creed? Well, there's a lot of them, but in general. God damn it, I have to build a goddamn skinning bench. It seems like that's going to be the only way to really stack up for part of one game. Okay, so you won't get this then, but in Assassin's Creed 2, there was a bunch of sort of out of the game puzzles, I guess is the best way to put it. I don't know how to explain it better than that. Like, you're in the Animus, but you're doing things like that's between playing in the past and examining the future type thing. And some of these puzzles would show you a list of like 12 pictures, and it would give you a hint, and you had to divine what the answer was. And one of them, the hint was they lean on power. And I straight up went dumb hacker. I brute forced this shit. I had no idea what the answer was. I had no idea. So I just brute forced it. Literally just tried every combination. Found it, beat it. Xyonix, a little while later, is playing the same game. And he is now at this at this particular puzzle. Uh, okay, man. As soon as you want to give up, let me know. I'll tell you the answer. He's like, okay. What, 10 minutes later, maybe 15 if I want to stroke my ego a little bit, he gets the answer. I'm just sitting there going, what the fuck? He's like, what? It says they lead on power. I just did all the pictures that have stabs. I wanted to punch him so bad. So bad I wanted to punch him. I was not a graceful loser at that point. I was a very angry one. Not happy. Very not happy.
1, 2, 3. Maybe 2 more.
Nope. Assassin's Creed, I would argue, was great all the way up until I would say Revelations. Black Flags was good, but Black Flags was more of a
Fluke.
it was a sailing simulator, and it was a great sailing simulator. It just wasn't a great Assassin's Creed game.
Yeah,
So,
no.
yeah, Assassin's Creed Revelation was probably the last good one, which is also a fun story I was thinking about recently. I don't know if you ever played it though, so it wouldn't make any sense to you. But I was thinking that one time where you jumped off a building, and your hook blade literally saved your ass by a centimeter.
That was the best jump ever.
I mean, that was another one of those. I can't believe that just fucking happened.
That should not have worked.
Oh, so
Yeah, so they have
I like it.
It was what was it? It was Ass Creed 2.5 or 2.75.
2.75.
275.
Yeah, it was 275. It was
so they gave you this hook blade that you could use to grab
it
onto
gives you
ledges
additional
and
reach,
shit.
so you
Yeah.
can launch yourself up, but you could also protect yourself from falling to your death. Apparently.
All right, I'm about to disable our benches. Do you need
Everything.
anything? Do you,
No, I'm good. I'm gonna go back to my spaceship for again in the last 5 minutes for no reason whatsoever. Perfectly normal beast and all that jazz. Yeah, no, I got so psychotically into Assassin's Creed, I was like literally playing through all the games once a year for like 5 years in a row or something like that, maybe even longer than that.
He's not even getting there. Yeah.
So I played Assassin's Creed 1 a lot. I played Assassin's Creed 2 less than a lot. And just, work your way down. And I was great all the way up until Assassin's Creed 3, and Assassin's Creed 3 it was horrible. I, I forget what it was, a gaming site. It was like the problem with Assassin's Creed 3 is the main character is Connor, and Connor has
Desmond.
no character development. He is the same character from the beginning of the game to the end of the game. And the only reason why I loved Assassin's Creed 3 was because I was sitting there during the first part of the game. I was like, you know what? We're going through this, genetic history of Desmond, whatever his line is supposed to be.
Yeah.
Don't you think one of his ancestors would have been a Templar? And once they did the made the father of enlightenment or whatever guide us, I was like, called it. Outside of
Uh,
that, yeah, no, it was horrible. So the fact that I made a blind ass call is the only reason I kind of liked Assassin's Creed 3. The rest of it was ultimately garbage. Like, I kind of like the fact that you built up your, I don't know, what do you want to call it? You had that settlement building where, okay, people are coming to your area and you made it to where it's more hospitable for other people and shit like that. I enjoyed that.
you know what I didn't enjoy?
Everything else.
Stalking everyone in that fucking settlement, listening to their conversations because I needed to know super secret information that they didn't want to tell me.
Mm, yeah, no, the best thing that came out of that game was the naval part, and the naval part is what led to Black Flags. And the
Yeah.
best thing about Flags was the naval part, and everything else was garbage. So yeah. Well, now that we have, well, no, we need a.
We have a bigger house. I'm moving shit around, so
Well, where'd you put the iron ingots?
my pocket at the moment.
Well,
Um,
build an anvil, in which case we can use the wall lockers instead of these medium wood chests.
what
You should
crafting
know
bench do I use to build the anvil?
this right here, the crafting bench.
You tell me I use the crafting bench. Okay, you're right. I use the
Yeah,
crafting bench.
you use the crafting bench.
What bench? The crafting bench. What crafting bench? The crafting bench.
The crafting bench, like singular. It's there. Nuh-uh. Not lying. Crafting. Oh no, I have to use the crafting bench.
Which crafting bench?
Leather.
He's not going to be drawn into another one of these, is
No.
he?
Besides third base and extra brownie points for everyone who gets that reference.
Gold ore can go in there for now because it ain't got shit else where to go.
Oh, that's right. I should grab this too. So,
So, welcome to Home Remodeling, Icarus Edition.
I don't know. I still liked what one of those guys said. It was like, "Welcome to Icarus, the repairing simulator."
The hammer minigame. That was actually Brain. I think it was.
So I thought it was somebody else who just called it the repair simulator. Either way, it's applicable.
Oh, no, I don't want to punch bench. Damn it.
Bad bench, bad bench.
Sometimes you just need to vent your frustration, man.
Jesus Christ. So I've just finished off 1/4 of my oxygen tank. And my water, I'm close to finishing off 1/4. Now, I might have taken a drink from the lake recently. Well, around when I got it, but yeah. Okay, so put you back.
Resin, some charcoal.
Do you have fur on you?
No, I do not have any fur on me. So let's see, that takes. Let's take charcoal. All those take charcoal. I don't have a compelling reason to make any of them.
You know, I'm actually a little surprised. It seems like this increased bow durability is actually paying some dividends, which is funny because I didn't think 15% would matter that much.
Bow durability?
Huh?
You didn't think increased bow durability would matter that much?
It's only 15%, but I've been using this bow for a second and I'm experiencing very little durability lost. Wonder if there might be a little glitch or if the numbers changed. No bet.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Maximum durability of crafted bows increased by 15%.
I mean,
So one
so
five.
far everything is doing real well. I mean, my water I've filled up a few times, but I'm also at about a quarter of my water. Um, you are slowly making me fur armor.
Yes. You have two pieces. I have two pieces.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was saying. All right, never mind.
But in video games, I'm slightly communistic and I actually care about the team.
I know you've said that multiple times tonight. I just still don't believe you.
I don't think I've said that particularly multiple times
Not
tonight, but
exactly, but you keep saying you're nicer than me, and I keep going, yeah, bullshit.
yeah, which one of us has a history of shooting the other one in the head? I'll take
I
I
anger
win
a mob
one
of dogs
try.
one time, and you never
I'll
let me forget it.
I'll take that for 2,000, Alex. I win. What? I just keep shooting you in the head and repeat. Whoa, wow.
What?
Yeah, that's totally worth it. I'm using the skinning bench to do bunnies. Oh yeah, that's totally worth.
Bunnies?
Using bunnies on the skinning bench gives you 20 leather, 30 fur, and 20 bone. You're not getting that by just doing it in the field.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck are these bunnies made of?
I don't know, but that skinning bench is awesome on that front.
Are you hunting enormous bunnies? Like, are these some sort of giant bunnies that you're...
So I would argue skinning benches are probably maximized with bunnies. Wolves, I think, may not be as effective, but at least it guarantees fur.
Hey, you wanna make a fire pit?
Uh, do we have enough stone?
Probably.
We need 100 stone still.
No worries, Brain. Thanks for
Yeah,
being
thanks for
interactive.
watching. Thanks for feedbacks. Thanks
He's
for
lurking. He's just not going to talk anymore. Here's 88 stone. Um, and there's 38 stone in this box. So, yes, you have 100 stone. Wait.
Crafting.
I don't know why you keep putting
25 wood.
pick this shit
Yeah,
up.
no. Honestly, when I think about it, yeah, you have what Final Fantasy? Well, some Final Fantasies. Assassin's Creed and Mass Effect. Those are like my tiers of this is how I've wasted way too much of my time in life.
You know what? Life's too short not to worry about how much time you've wasted on playing Final Fantasy.
And I've spent and Chrono Trigger.
Well, I mean, obviously, Chrono
The
Trigger.
amount
I
of
mean,
time I put on Chrono Trigger, I should have some goddamn doctoral theses done. And I cannot. I think I literally cannot exaggerate the amount of time I put into Chrono Trigger. The best, absolute best, uh, Super Nintendo game. I would put it up there of best games of all time type thing.
the best Final Fantasy game of all time is Chrono Trigger. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, except for the fact that you said Final Fantasy game. Yeah, you're perfectly accurate. Best RPG,
Are you
yes.
telling me it's not Final
No.
Fantasy Chrono Trigger? Let's be fair. It's a Final Fantasy.
But yeah, no, that I have literally gotten every character up to level 99. I have, and Isla is still the absolute best character, especially once you hit level 99, since she literally like damage breaks the game.
Isla is pretty awesome.
Well,
To be
and
fair,
I
I
think,
didn't fully appreciate the awesomeness that was Isla until after me and you got into our pissing match about it. But
well, for me, I think back to I think it was my brother. He was like, "You don't seem to understand how badass Isla is." I'm like, "You're right, I don't." He's like, "Think about it. She's a prehistoric creature that literally beats dinosaurs to death with her bare fists." Yeah, that's terrifying. So once you put it in that perspective, yeah, no, Isla's a beast.
I mean, okay, so given the that particular constraint, yes, Isla is a beast. But whether or not I want to use her to take on Lavos is another argument entirely.
Oh, dude. So when I was young, dumb, and playing that game, I was running with Chrono, Frog, and Magus. I think that was
Yeah.
my trio. Now that I'm wiser, my trio is Chrono, Robo, and Isla. Just straight up beat down damage. And don't get me wrong, Chrono, if you need magic, Chrono's there with it or with Lumina, and Lumina will fix all your issues.
Very few problems aren't solved by twin luminas.
So yeah, no, I when it came to need to kill things with magic, Chrono. When it came to need to kill thing with not magic, I had Robo and Isla. Hell, I think the only thing I didn't do with Robo and Isla was when you had to take on. Actually, I might have even done with that too. Now I think about it. But when you had to take on oh, those flames or whatever that gave you the moonstone.
Oh god damn it!
You know what I'm talking about,
I
though,
know
right?
what you're talking about. The yeah, it was a boss fight once you got to get the final moonstone.
Well, you had to get it's to get the moonstone, but yeah, no, it did this roulette thing, and it was a pain in the ass. But magic didn't matter, so you just beat down. So no, actually, I totally did that. I think the only reason why I used Luca is she actually had, or she was one of the ones that came with like some straight up flame immunity armor. In which case, you guess the roulette wrong. You're taking no damage because it's
Yeah.
all fire damage. Yeah, I know that game way too well. Don't get me wrong, I still have to look up the charm list because that's way too extensive for me to remember. But and that's where I have to kind of bow to Psyonix because he was sitting there. He's like, "Oh wow, you could charm speed tabs and power tabs and magic tabs. Wait a minute, wait, what?" So all of a
Yeah,
sudden,
but
it only takes
they were non-respawning bosses or fights, so you can only do them
yeah,
once.
but still, if you do it properly, you can get everyone up to speed. What was it, 15, which is max speed
Yeah, you can get
on one
everyone on
playthrough
one playthrough. You can get everyone to
instead of my
max speed.
dumbass, doing it over like 4 playthroughs, which I did multiple times. I don't want to talk about it.
You're bringing up bad memories.
Yeah, no, Chrono Trigger. That is and that's one of the I when I was literally in junior high, wanted to bitch slap this guy. He was asking, hey, so what games do you play type thing. I was like, I play this, I play this. I was mentioning PlayStation games and shit like that. But I was like, one game near and dear to my heart that I really well, the games that I like to play near and dear to my heart are Final Fantasy 2/4, Final Fantasy 3/6, and Chrono Trigger. These are three
Slash
games
Final Fantasy 6.5.
I have gone back to frequently. Seriously, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours. That's not an exaggeration at all. And I didn't talk to him for like a week or two, and I was like, hey, so did you play Chrono Trigger? And he's like, yeah, I don't like it. Oh, really? Why? Difference of opinions and whatnot. Oh, the graphics are shit. It's a fucking Super Nintendo game. You many words I cannot say on Twitch.
Yeah, you remember.
I like,
You cannot. There are certain words you cannot say on Twitch.
but let's just say this Tuesday lost all respect from my perspective because it's like, are you kidding me? It's not about the graphics. If I'm talking about graphic games, then I'll tell you different games. But to be fair, when it comes down to graphics, they're icing on the cake. It's about the fucking story or the level progression or something like that. Graphics are nifty, not required. Hence why one of my favorite games, especially in this particular genre, is Factorio. But dude, the graphics are bad. I'm sorry. Did I say this was a graphical game, you useless Tuesday? No, I don't think I did.
I don't recall bringing that particular fact up.
Yeah, no, seriously. One of the few times I was very close to being suspended from school. Why'd you backhand this particular classmate? Because he's useless.
Okay,
We
so
do not.
I need to set the environment here. We're talking about video games.
Okay, I just made two bedrolls. Deploy.
Hey, we can spawn point.
I'm taking the right one.
I don't know what the right one is. I took the one closest to me.
Okay.
40 iron,
So
120 nails.
let's do to you.
Let's do it.
To you. Guess got it wrong. Okay, so you got pants and arms now available.
And in return for your kindness, you have a machining bench available.
Ooh. Well, that just kind of makes all this useless. Whatever. I'm committed. Apparently
Fur
not that
armor is
committed.
better for the cold, and we're gonna have to deal with the cold.
No. Well, maybe. Hunter
Fur armor
armor
is better for
better.
the cold.
Hunter armor is better for like everything.
Hunter armor is better for everything. Yes, I acknowledge that. But fur armor is better for the cold, and we have to go into the cold. So I do not think this is pointless.
The random note for everyone on the planet who decides to play this game. If you decide to hunt down fluffy bunnies, remember, take them to the skinning bench. It will like quadruple their feedback.
You have to carry it over your shoulder.
Kind of? I mean, I don't think technically it's over your shoulder. It's on like your hip, but it is a
Can you
carry.
carry
So
more than one bunny, though?
no, you should be able to carry one bunny though. I mean, that was one of those little tidbits that pissed me off earlier, but whatever. And if you want fur, you must collect fur at the skinning bench. So yeah, no, if you want, you might get a little more leather. No, it looks like you might, or you'll definitively get more leather using the skinning bench, but you'll definitively get less bone.
Yeah. So we don't care about the stove right now. I don't think we care about the carpentry bench. I don't think we care
Okay,
about the
you
cooking
now have
station.
full sets of goddamn fur armor for all that it matters.
It matters a lot. Besides, it's good backup armor.
Which is something we rely upon all the goddamn time.
Quit being a negative Nancy.
So we need a shit ton of epoxy now.
Define shit ton.
80.
Okay. Just
Not to mention the fact that we need steel too, but let's stick with the fact that we need 80 epoxy.
80 epoxy. All right. I will get you your 80 fucking epoxy.
Oh, it's just my epoxy, not our epoxy. Good to know. I'll remember that when it comes to making armor. It's my armor, not our armor. Oh, and you also need to make that cement furnace too, if you wouldn't mind. But the epoxy is more important.
I'm about to say, I mean, there's only
Yeah,
so
no.
many
I'm just making
things.
sure you don't forget about it, because it's super important.
I just want you to know just how fucking badass I am, and that you demanded 80 fucking epoxy, and I
And
am
you have
giving
it?
you 100 to on the machining bench, right?
Yes, please. Okay.
I guess I can split it a bit.
No, and put all 100 in there. That'll work fine. I'll put the extra epoxy in the back on the mortar and pestle or the uh herbalism
Herbalism
bench.
bench is where. Well, let's see. Yeah, herbalism bench is where the epoxy should go. The only thing that takes epoxy in the mortar and pestle is the carbon paste, and so I don't think we have a super big need, but I am gonna need to. Yeah. All right. Just for fun and profit, I'll go ahead and fill up my oxygen tank. So you gathering fur anywhere? Or fiber? Okay, so fiber is going on the machining bench. We might be kind of quiet, but my sound levels are putting us at top of green, bottom of yellow. Um, anyways, welcome, Hypertooth. We haven't seen you for a bit. What are you up to, man?
I mean, I could talk louder. I I always get told that I'm too loud, so I do what I
I could
can.
talk way louder.
What?
Yeah, don't do that, Buddha.
Yeah, no. Uh, like I said, I've been told throughout my life my voice carries way too much. So, but yeah, no, if you want me to talk louder, just let me know. Of course, if you ask a question, we most definitely talk louder.
We get excited.
I mean, I shouldn't do this, but what?
Okay, that's an interesting precursor.
Well, it's because it's political. It's the fact that during the Biden press conference that apparently even the news was panning him on, and you listened to his responses. He sounded horrible. I was just in there. It's like, you know what I wanted? I wanted somebody say, or just go up to, excuse me, President Biden. Yes. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Huh? That's
Yeah.
all I wanted. Because that old man, that dementia old man would just be like, I have no idea what you're trying to say, and it
Mellifluous
would be hysterical.
voices. That's the fucking $10 word right there. I'm not sure. I don't know what mellifluous means. And Buddha is asking the real questions.
I
You are
mean,
not wrong.
mellifluous sounds familiar, is all I can say.
I mean, I might have butchered the pronunciation. Honestly, that may not be how it's pronounced at all.
Well, I was looking at it, and I'm not going to be able to pronounce it any better. To be fair, isn't that the Disney thing that they did where Angelina Jolie to the remaking of
Maleficent. That was actually the name of the character.
yeah. I mean, I watched it. Can't say I cared for it. I mean, it was interesting. And don't get me wrong, I'm actually okay with the whole, try to say humanize the villain as it were, but I was not a fan.
Yeah, no, when I went and it was that the Joker origin story.
with
Um,
or Joaquin Phoenix. I already pronounced his name.
Jacqueline Phoenix. Was
No,
it
it's not.
Joaquin?
It's Joaquin Phoenix or something like that.
Oh,
Doesn't
whatever.
matter.
It was garbage.
See, and I heard people rave about it, and I'm
Yeah,
not
me
gonna lie.
too.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually started watching it. I got like 30, 40 minutes into it, and I stopped watching. I was just like, you know what?
This is dumb.
Well, I was kind of thinking I'm just not in the mood. And guess what? That was months ago. I mean, I don't know when it came out or what have you. Oh, I don't remember when it came out. But I'm
Yeah, no,
just sort of kind of
I
sitting there.
watched the
It's
whole
like,
goddamn thing. I mean, there's some memeable moments in there.
and actually, I just assumed I wasn't in the right mindset. But yeah, no, I got like 30 minutes in. I was just like, I'm done. I'll watch it later. And years later, I haven't watched it. I don't care.
How
Like,
many
is it
boards could a
great?
Mongol horde hoard if a Mongol horde could hoard boards?
A shit ton of boards. I mean,
A Mongol horde could hoard as many boards as a Mongol horde could hoard boards. But boards.
you know, a fascinating thing with the Mongol horde. Apparently,
Now
when
you
it
got me
came
going.
time to battles were over, they're like, okay, we need to figure out, how many people you killed. So what they did is they literally had wagons, massive wagons, filled with or that had a massive sack inside of these wagons. And they collected, I believe it was left ears. And these left ears were used as body counts for the Mongol horde. So they literally had, I think in one of the most successful, depending how you want to look at it, battles they had, they literally had something like, I want to say 10 massive wagons, like straight up pilgrims going to the west level wagons, filled with nothing but ears. Left ears. Specifically left ears. Okay. I have full hunter armor. Do you have full hunter armor?
I have full hunter armor. I picked it up as
Roger,
well.
Roger.
I saw it when I was making the concrete thing.
The thing of concrete.
The thing of concretion. I shall call it concretia. It makes concrete.
No, I was actually talking to my family about that too. Where
Moses
it's like,
supposes his toes are roses, but Moses supposes erroneously. Moses, he knows his toes aren't roses, but Moses supposes his toes to be.
okay, you beat. I mean, I have nothing to say on that one. I just tip my hat, good sir or madam, whatever. I mean, I tipped down on how much would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood, but if you want to call me a little kitten, I'm not gonna be able to fight back. Moses supposes his toes are roses, but Moses supposes but Moses supposes erroneously.
There was no
Moses
button there.
he knows his toes aren't roses, but Moses supposes his toes to be. So that's Descartes mixed with. Yeah, no, you ain't good, sir. I'm sorry for attempting to sound literary. I English also. I think that's the most accurate response I could come up with.
Oh, I fucked up with the epoxy. English is hard.
That is actually one of those little English, suppose, well, obviously, it varies based on, what language you're coming from, but it's like, English is hard for, say, uh, Oriental languages or what have you.
Yeah.
And I can sort of understand that, especially if you're listening to, I mean, they can speak English fluently, but there's weird, odd, or weird pronunciation. And you're just sort of sitting there going, that sounds wrong. But then again, I also have that random, because I remember there was this one guy when I was in the military, well, actually there was plenty, who were Puerto Rican, and they spoke very proper English, is the best way I could explain it. And it would, like, you understood exactly what they were saying, but at the same time, you're just like, it sounds fucking weird. And I've always wondered, like, trying to put myself into, to uh, em, em, empathize with or with other languages, where it's like, what does like an English well, American English, whatever accent sound like in, like, say, German? Well, maybe not German, but say Chinese or Japanese or something like that. Like, is it so readily apparent where it's like, haha, I know you're English? But to be fair, from what I understand, some of the research I've done, they say that our Japanese, at least, when it comes to foreigners, especially if they have a bit of an English accent, they just assume they're American. So there have been certain people, like,
Well, I mean, let's be fair.
Spanish.
There's Gaijin, and then there's non-Gaijin.
What you just said made no sense, actually.
Gaijin, foreigner.
Yeah, there are foreigners and there are not foreigners. Are
Yeah,
Americans not foreigners?
no. I'm saying that the Japanese culture is so xenophobic. I don't think they make the distinction between one white person and another white person. You are either a white person or you're
Well,
not a white person.
the thing is, though, is do they define, because do they define all white people as English or American, depending how you want to look at it?
I don't think it matters to them.
It matters in general, because it was what I was watching this thing. It was talking about this particular issue, phenomenon, whatever. And you'll have, people from Spain, which, they're white people, or you have French people going over, and they'll be speaking in Japanese, but the Japanese are like, "Oh, so you know how to speak Japanese?" They don't speak English. They speak, Spanish and Japanese, or they speak French and Japanese. So they're just sort of sitting there going, "What are you saying?" It was a fascinating tidbit. It was along the same lines. They had a kid. I believe he was English, or yeah, English. I don't know anything specific, but he was pronouncing words in English, and it was up to the people listening to him trying to understand. And I don't know, like, how you have Spanglish.
Yeah.
They were, in a sense, trying to understand the difference between Japanese or whatever and English. And so he would pronounce it in fluid English, and they would sit there going, "Is he asking for a puppy or something?" But
I need silica, so if you encounter silica, grab it.
Roger, Roger.
I am making concrete.
No, I still think back to that neighbor kid I ran into. Goddamn, almost a decade ago now, I guess.
Fucking more than that, wasn't it?
I guess
A decade ago,
no,
you were living with me.
Yeah, no, you're right. It was probably, 15 years ago now. God, dear God.
You're fucking
But
old, man. You're fucking old.
seriously, I mean, you check whatever. But I was talking. I walked out this door, and I walked out and I locked the door. And just as a random note for viewers, I was born and raised Mormon, so they referred to people as brother and sister. I was done with that shit at this point. And this little kid came up and was like, "Hey, is sister so and so in there?" I'm like, "Yeah." Then why are you locking the door? I said, "I don't know, force of habit." And he looked at me and went, "What's a force of habit?" And I all of a sudden had a like minor existential crisis. Is like, when did I figure out what the fuck a force of habit was? Like, how do you properly define a force of habit? Holy shit, I don't know if I have the answers to these metaphorical questions.
What's a force of habit? How do I know what a force of habit is? Can I channel?
But,
Can I channel this force of habit for good?
but yeah, so ever since then, I think that's what actually sparked my like legitimate interest in language. But I'm not gonna lie, definitely no expert. But at the same time, I find words fascinating,
It's a
and
force of
it's
habit.
because of that probably random kid that's just like, wow, I don't know. But at the same time, how do you not know? And on the same time, on top of that, when did I know? Ah, good times. Okay. Now I
It's
need to
these
stop
types
being
of
weird.
existential crises that we live for.
I need to stop being a Friday. I need wood. I need fiber, and I need stone.
I'm gonna take a leak and make a refill. Be right back.
Roger, Roger. How about you, Hyper? You got any random existential words like, huh? When did I? How did I? Why am I here? Never really got me as a particular one personally. Maybe once Psyonix gets back, he might agree with you. A sperm met an egg. God damn it, I need more stone. Sorry, man. I mean, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. No, it was actually. Oh wow. You okay? So, I know. I'll wait for Xiox to get back because he should be here for when we like number two time we get banned by Twitch, I guess.
You getting us banned on Twitch again?
I'm about to. So, I was talking to my brother. Why? I was talking to my brother. Now, he has been truly pulled in by this whole COVID thing. Don't get me wrong, it is a legit disease or legit infection. It legitimately can hurt and kill people. There are effects, blah, blah, blah. I'm not denying anything. COVID is a thing. Well, he is kind of sort of part of that whole group that is like, you know what? If you don't get your shot, the
Your
jab,
shot. Yeah.
you you should in a sense be treated as a second class citizen, and you should not be able to, or you should be able to be denied services, especially medical services. And I'm sitting there going, well, if we're going to start.
COVID is a thing.
Thank you.
Truer
Thank you
words
for.
have never been spoken.
Well, the fact is, I've listened to people who have been like, "Oh, COVID only came about because of the 5G network, because
Oh yeah, no, no.
infections
There
haven't
are
existed."
there are Fridays out there that are spouting all
Yeah,
sorts of crazy shit. Yeah.
I'm being specific for a reason, by the by. But yeah, no, I've heard some of the conspiracy theories that literally argue that there has not been legit infections until 5G came about. So I don't know, polio, smallpox. These things didn't exist until 5G came about. It's just like, what did you just say? Either way, those exist. So I'm being specific for a reason. But
I
he was
don't.
sitting there and he was talking about, if you refuse to get the jab for COVID, you should there should be the ability to refuse you services like medical services. Well, more explicitly, medical services. So here's where we're gonna get banned by Twitch, possibly. I'm like, okay, if we're gonna ban people based on medical status and whatnot, then why don't we just execute people with, say, HIV? It's an incurable disease. It's transmissible, and it's based on intentional acts. So shouldn't we be executing these people then? Just remove, because it's a medical issue. We can completely remove it, and we can fix this issue. We just have to, murder tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of people, and then
I
dun,
agree
dun,
with you,
it's
Hyper.
cured. It's never gonna happen. And silence followed that particular response.
Well, no, it was Hyper said he's well aware what he meant. He's just trying to make it look dumb, and I
I
appreciate
always
this.
look dumb, dude.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason why I don't show my face on the internet.
Electronics. So we need to build up a shit ton of electronics. That's where the copper organic. Ooh, that is gonna be a rough one.
Which one?
Oh, getting the fabricator up and
Oh yeah,
running
no,
is
that was
going to
gonna be
take.
rough when on the other one. I mean, it'll be a little bit easier on this particular world, well, to a certain extent.
Uh,
But yeah, no, it's always funny when people start making certain, not particularly absolute statements, even though it is. But it's like, oh, if we, when they make utilitarian statements, it's like, if we only make, a small group of people suffer, then the rest of the world will be better. And I can double down our being banned by Twitch if that's okay with you.
I mean, I feel like we've already crossed this particular line. I
Okay.
mean,
So, under
we've
utilitarian
crossed the
reasons,
Rhine here. I mean,
well, the Rubicon.
Rubicon. I mean, so there's a different disease. I mean,
No, no,
yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
talking about diseases with this one. This one is
yeah.
just pure utilitarianism because ultimately, especially now, currently in America, they're talking about how, oh, there's so many people who agree with this. Why should the minority be shafted by the majority? Okay, fine. 13% of Americans are black. If
I do not like where this is going.
I could stop right now if you want. I leave this to you, Xanax. I know this is crossing many lines.
Fuck, we don't have any coal.
Not yet.
Ugh, fuck, we need
You
to
didn't see any in the cave?
I did, but I didn't get it. Okay, I need to go back to the cave.
No, I'll go with you. So am I keeping my mouth shut on this particular front?
No, you're fine. I was just giving you crap.
You're more confused than anything? Well, hold on a second. In the case of HIV, there are medications that prevent you from being contagious. I don't think it prevents you from being contagious, but it prevents you from being susceptible. It represses the HIV virus, in which case you're not going to be as susceptible to foreign infections. So, because like what was it? Something that involves legions. I'm forgetting the proper name, but it's something that all peoples literally have this bacteria, but when you have HIV, it literally is presentable. So they have things that will improve your T cell count and will improve your immune system, but it doesn't prevent the transmission of said virus.
Well, the reason why I think HIV is probably a bad counterpoint is
See, I think
it's
HIV.
literally it's incurable. It's you have
That's
HIV,
why
you
it's
have
the
HIV for
perfect
life,
counterpoint, though.
no, I mean
Is
the
coronavirus can be survived and can be beaten. Where if you're talking about when it comes to infections and diseases, HIV literally cannot be beaten thus far. Well,
yeah
I believe that certain people have shown that they have a genetic uh, immunity to the HIV/AIDS virus,
yeah
but we're talking about a virus that cannot be beaten, that cannot be cured. It can only be mitigated.
yeah
And it's a lifelong disease or a lifelong infection. Blah blah blah. I don't care about
yeah
PC culture on that horse shit. So, if we're talking about medical issues that have uh 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 what's the proper word I'm looking for, that have life or that have health issues that can affect the public and is
Later, brain. Have
uncurable.
a good night, man. Hopefully
Oh
we'll
yeah,
catch you in
sorry.
the next one. No,
Yeah,
you're
no,
fine.
good night. Hopefully we didn't offend you. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm an asshole. But
These fuckers.
but it's uncurable, it's lifelong, and it can only be you can only be affected with this disease through ignorance or an intentional effect because what AIDS has a what is it 9-year incubation time or something like that.
I have
So
no idea.
from
But
the
the
last
thing
time
is
I
like,
remember, it's 9 years. So it's incurable, it's transmissible, and it's deadly. Where COVID, yes, it's transmissible. We are using pseudoli untested because the vaccinations that's being done is it's altering the RNA, I believe is how it works. So it's not like they're infecting you or they're injecting you, I should say, with a small amount of the disease and then you're gaining an immunity. They're giving you something that will literally alter the. Well, hello, big boy. It's dead. It'll literally alter the infection. So it will take COVID and it will minimize. I don't know where that is. Some of its effects.
I
So
hear
if
the
people are going to
worm.
be,
Oh fuck! I already got pneumonia.
I don't know where it's at, dude.
I literally just I got pneumonia so fucking fast. So okay, so there are treatments that prevent you from spreading. Okay, so
Really, I didn't
there are
know that.
treatment.
From what I understand, I
Yeah,
thought it only.
so
There's a lot of time. Okay, so what I'm reading is that there are medications that protect others if you are HIV positive, antiretrovirals, medications, but they don't cure you. They just suppress it at the same
so,
in a
so
sense.
they stop
But
you
that's what I'm saying
from
though,
moving
is
it forward.
because
Yeah.
I don't think the antiretrovirals prevent the spreading of said disease. They just suppress said disease. But what I'm saying, in the general sense, is that if we're going to start talking about how we need to make different rules for people who like take the COVID shot, or the jab, the pseudo vaccination, because
Yeah.
to be fair, it's not a legit vaccination. It's only kind of a vaccination. It's
Yeah.
still effective. I'm not denying the effectiveness of it. I'm just saying it's not
But it's
legit.
not an MMR shot. It's like a flu
Yeah.
shot. It
Well, no, the
reduces your
flu shot is
likelihood
still a
of getting it,
vaccination. The thing is,
but it
because
doesn't
like I
stop
said,
you
it's
from
a
getting the flu.
no. Well, the flu. it's supposed to, kind of, technically. But when it comes to the MNRA, I believe is what it's called, is it's literally supposed to affect, like, if you get COVID, when the bacteria, or is it a virus? I don't know.
Yeah,
Interacts
COVID's a
with your
virus.
body.
It has to be a virus.
When it interacts with your body, this thing literally inhibits part of the effectiveness of the disease by, in a sense, saying, hey, this part of your genome is not going to be affecting the host, or as it were. Oh, just found one instead.
Well, I killed
Arch is
2 worms.
recommended for everyone that has HIV. Arch cannot cure HIV, but HIV medications help people with HIV. No, 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 no. Don't get me wrong. There are. Oh, dude, I am not gonna dissuade, because when it comes down to that shit, they have found a lot of ways to make it to where people can live longer. They can live healthier. There is a lot of things. Oh, sorry, hearing a worm again. Or I thought I heard a worm again.
Yeah.
That help people with HIV live longer, healthier. Has been a shit ton of stuff done to help. I'm not going to deny that. We have gone leaps and bounds when it comes to the whole HIV thing.
Here's some coal. All right. Hey, Hyper, have you
I mean, we're still. Sorry, keep going.
have you joined the Discord yet? Like, I mean, you're welcome to post links in chat. It's kind of hard to stop streaming and check out what you're posting in chat. But like, if you throw something in Discord,
pneumonia.
we can.
Well, no, I'm already affected. No.
But yeah, like it. But yeah, no. If you join the Discord and you throw the links in Discord, we can check them out after the stream.
No,
Because
see,
it's
what I'm saying. Sorry, finish what you're saying.
well, I'm just saying, like, if you throw your stuff in, if you throw your stuff in the Discord, it won't go away once the stream is done. That's what I'm getting at. Is like, like right now we can't exactly. It should be in the
Check into your notes. I understand already what notes you're putting up, not specifically, but yes, no, I understand that when it comes to HIV, there has been a ridiculous amount of stuff done when it comes to keeping them alive and keeping them healthy. Not denying any of that.
the
Where's the
Discord
link?
link
That
should
link.
be in the info, like below the stream. There should be a link to the Discord down there. And if you wanna, you should be able to just click on it and join the Discord, and then you can throw stuff into general and we can check it out. If you can't find it, let me get out of this cave and I'll shoot you a private message to it.
I love for that matters.
There should be in the About Us section. There should be a Discord link. I thought that's.
I mean,
where I
he
put
is
it.
a lot. Well, actually, to be fair, Onyx is not a liar. He's just an asshole.
Yeah, let me get out of the cave and I'll dig out the link and I'll send it to you. You know, I want to check these links that you're sending. I want to I want to read them. I just can't stop at the moment.
But yeah, no, when it comes to HIV, don't get me wrong, there has been plenty of things pushing forward. The thing is when they're talking about things like COVID, it's like, well, you're endangering other people if you don't get the jab. And it's like, okay, well, let's talk about other people who are endangering people medically because of their decisions. And to be fair, you have unprotected sex, you have sex with a bunch of random partners, whatever. There's a chance that you're going to get a STDI, whatever, don't care. Well, if you're going to get it and it's incurable, and we're talking about how people who make bad medical decisions should have to, in a sense, suffer a penalty, then, well, let's look at people like people with HIV. Shouldn't they then? Because if you're going to deny service Two, people who don't get the COVID shot, shouldn't you be denying service to other people who are also medically uh, hazardous to others? In which case, let's look at something like HIV. It's kind of the same perspective where, well, we're already burning down the Twitch channel at this point. So let's take something like read a feminist article, and they talk about men do this, men do this, men do
Eh,
this, and then all you have to do is change the pronouns. Now, if you change the pronouns, blacks do this to Y, Asians do this to Z, Jews do this to Y. Like, if you change those simple pronouns and it's racist or it's sexist, aren't you a racist or a sexist by spouting it in the first place? But you're trying to argue, oh, no, no, no. The way I'm putting it is totally non confrontational. It's totally acceptable. It's totally okay. And I'm sitting here going, no, you actually are being a bigot in one way or another.
eh, I don't know. I think that but the thing
See,
is
I
like
don't
with
think it's
it,
flaw. I just think it's extreme, is the best way I would argue it. Because why would one medical issue be more extreme than another medical issue? Because that's the big thing is it comes down to, well, why is COVID more of a hot topic issue than AIDS, or AIDS ever was? I mean, don't get me wrong, AIDS was was a very hot topic. It led to a bunch of issues, but now AIDS, hell, California. I mean, I don't know if you're in America. I'm horrible in remembering that stuff. But in California, if you knowingly infect somebody with AIDS without them knowing, it's not even a crime. Well, actually, I think it's a misdemeanor now. So it's like you stole $1 from them. And
you
why?
abuse the take a penny, leave a penny.
Yeah, and that's a lifelong disease. But it's like, oh, but it's just AIDS. So what? That's still a lifelong disease that you have to keep track of, that you have to pay for medications, that you have to do a lot of things to try to maintain and preserve your life. Where when it comes to COVID, yeah, you may die in a week, a month, whatever. And you may have some lifelong health issues, also possible. I've heard from people that that's a side effect. But it's also possible you get the sniffles for a couple days and you keep running.
That was odd. All right.
No, and by the by, just as a side note, I am not, advocating for the extermination of people who have HIV.
Yeah, no,
I'm just
yeah, no.
saying, as an
That
example,
it's
if
like
we're gonna
like
start talking about medical things that are incurable, that have widespread and long-lasting effects, well, COVID, HIV, why not? Hell,
well, so
technically, herpes is incurable too. It's not life-threatening, as far as I know, but it is. And same with hepatitis C. I think hepatitis C. Well, are all hepatitis incurable? Or is it just C? I know C is one of the big ones.
so I think the point you're trying to make in a very circuitous route is that um if it's okay to deny somebody's treatment because they didn't get their COVID shot,
Well,
is it okay to deny somebody treatment because they didn't take
well,
their AIDS medication?
it's your all, that works too. But it's more. I'm going more general even than that because it comes down to the fact that something happened. Were you stupid? Were you not stupid? Did you wear a mask? Did you get your shots? And then did you get infected? Okay, kind of fine. Okay, we should take care of you. Did you go into a strip club, bang the $2 hooker outside, man or woman, doesn't really matter, and get something? Well, shouldn't. Wait, what protections do you get? Should you be denied services because, well, you made some decisions, they weren't the smartest decisions, so you don't deserve penicillin. Why not? And this is where, if you're going to start making decisions based on medical issues, I mean, why is COVID out of the entire history of everything that's happened in humanity? COVID seems to be like Ebola had a baby with the Black Death who happened to flirt with HIV. Like, literally, they're making COVID out to be the most literally worst thing that has ever existed. I'm just like, it's bad, but already it's turning into essentially the flu. So now we're going to start denying people for what is flu 2.0. Don't get me wrong, from what I understand, the COVID actually has long-lasting negative health issues. So it's not like you just get it and you get over it and then you're out for a week or two. You get it, and like people that I've heard that get it, it's like my lung capacity is down and stuff like that. There are long-lasting issues with it, but people are like, well, you didn't get the shot, but you got it. Well, you should be ignored. This that doesn't make sense. Like, do you not understand the widespreading implications of what you're saying? I'm not even like literally. This is quite terrifying. But people are just like, "Oh, you should have got the jab." No. I was actually in line at the store today, and I've been feeling slightly under the weather, so I was wearing a mask, and this chick in front of me was wearing the mask too, and I guess she thought I was a Democrat also. And she was like, I just don't understand. Isn't there a mandate? Why aren't they wearing masks? I'm like, I don't know. I'm pretty libertarian. If they decide not to wear masks, that's on them. I don't care. And she was like, oh, yeah, me too. Yeah, no. If I'm not, and that's actually another thing going back, because when it comes to Asian cultures, I know this mainly with Japanese. I don't know when it comes to other Asian cultures. But if you are feeling sick, you wear a mask. To protect yourself? No, you wear a mask to protect others. And the fact that the CDC, which is another thing that could get us banned, is now saying things like anything that's not a N95 or M95, I forget if it's November or Mike
It's
mask.
November.
So anything that's not a November 95 mask is kind of actually useless. So
I
yeah,
mean, to be
how
fair,
many people?
they came out with that anything other than a November '95 mask didn't stop it like a while ago, and then that whole thing just kind of got like hushed up a bit.
And that's where you jump from using Fauci. Seriously, he's so many negative things. He said masks are useless. It doesn't matter. But he was just saying that so that the medical professions can buy all the masks. And as soon as the medical people, don't get me wrong, they should get most of the masks, get the masks. Then all of a sudden he's like, okay, you should all wear a mask. It doesn't matter what kind of mask, you should wear a mask. But now all of a sudden, all the cloth masks that people have been wearing for the last year and a half are now useless. So we've been wearing masks for no reason. Well, for 25 to 35 or 25 to 50% of a reason, because when you spit when you're talking, because everyone spits when they're talking, the mask will catch it. But the fact is when you're speaking, you're aerosolizing a bunch of. I went to bed, by the way. You're aerosolizing a bunch of germs. In which case, guess what? The aerosolization doesn't care about your goddamn mask unless it's a mask that you're using to paint cars with, as it were.
Yeah.
This is totally gonna get in trouble on Twitter,
Yeah, I'm about to say
on YouTube.
you are hell bent on getting us fucking timed out, aren't you?
Twitch, I don't think will get mad at us, but YouTube will definitely not this
Yeah,
one.
YouTube might get a little
You might
bitchy.
not want to upload this one, and I have not spoken a single lie. Well, you know what they say.
I don't like the idea of denying somebody treatment because they did or did not get the jab.
And that's
Um,
where I'm at.
I don't like that. I think that is wrong. I think that people make decisions,
Well,
make health
actually,
decisions for various reasons, and you
if I
cannot
may, I want to interrupt
assume
you with one thing.
why.
So, I've heard stories. Let's claim that not all 100% of them are lies. Let's say it's 1% true. There are people who want to get the shot, but their medical doctors go, based on your medical history, based on this issue, based on this issue, you are not able to safely have the shot. Are these people now condemned to being medically second class citizens for the fact that they're unable to have the shot? Because there are people that they have lupus, they have a medical issue, they have X, Y, and Z, whatever.
Yeah.
They have an issue to where taking the COVID shot is unhealthy for them. It could kill them. Should they be considered second class citizen? They're not, psychotically, the government's trying to kill us all type people. They're just, uh, I can't have it. It's dangerous. Yeah, that's me. I talk to Xanax. I overcomplicate everything, actually. And sadly, note that is highly accurate.
And you're right. It is a very complicated issue, and the problem is the
The one size fits
everyone
all
tries to make it.
doesn't
Yeah.
work.
They do. They try and make it a one size fits all. Everyone should get this shot. You should have your passport or whatever that says, I got my COVID vaccine. It,
Hey,
it's
you know what?
not.
I got the jab.
Oh,
I got both the
fuck,
jabs. So did the
fuck, fuck,
psionics.
fuck, fuck, fuck.
The thing is, should I come back and help you?
Yeah, the house is on fire.
Alright, coming back. Me and psionics have both gotten the jab.
Stone stick
Then they come up with
fire.
the booster, and I have to admit, I'm not down with the booster. It may be effective, it may not be effective. And now they're talking about, well, you need more boosters and more boosters. And if I remember, Israel actually came out because they're one of the more hardcore. Everyone needs to be vaccinated, get the boosters and whatnot. I think they got up to like 4 boosters or some shit like that. And even they're coming out going, that 4th booster, especially when it comes to Omicron, is actually kind of useless. I mean, it's somewhat effective, but only kind of. Uh, what do you say to that? And the fact that they keep increasing it, hell, as far as I understand, Germany has ultimately come out saying, the boosters that you get for COVID are only good for like 6 months. So I need to keep getting these shots every 6 months. I don't get flu shots. Like literally, it's not that I'm morally opposed to them. It's just if I get the flu, I get the flu. If I don't get the flu, I don't get the flu. This is not an area where I'm going to be sitting there going,
Our
"Oh
Lord
my
and
god,
Savior Jimmy Fallon.
huh?" Oh dear God, I'm totally glad that you are saying that sarcastically.
Is he though? Is he?
If
No,
he's
another
not,
one.
I may have to not say words.
Fire
I mean,
meter
I'm gonna
ain't
have
doing
to.
anything.
I'm gonna have to straight up go. What's his name? LeBron James. I don't want to get into a word or a sentence battle with you. Yes, that is literally what he said. You can look it up. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm so glad.
LeBron made a
and
music video?
no, LeBron didn't, but Jimmy Fallon and I think Colbert did. They both made some shitty music video about getting the vax shot. It's just like, you know what? If that affects somebody, it just depresses me. That's all I can say.
You know,
Well,
I make all
Jimmy
my
Fallon made
major life
a
decisions
music
by
video about this.
what Jimmy Fallon says.
Oh, and to complete the whole we're gonna get banned by Twitch. I
Yeah, fuck it.
despise Bill Maher.
What's the worst that can happen tonight?
I despise Bill Maher to the end of time. Because there was this one where he was sitting there and he's like, you know what? I'm totally fine with a global recession as long as it leads to Donald Trump losing his presidency. It's like, you know what? You don't want Donald Trump to be the president. I'm fine with that. I'm not going to argue with that. But arguing that you want there to be a recession, and even one of the guys on his useless panel was like, you don't want that because people are going to die. He's like, I don't care. It's more important that Donald Trump doesn't become. Literally, fuck him into the grave. He is the one person I've never had any personal contact with that is like literally nothing is horrible enough to happen to you to based on what you just said. You know what? I do not support Biden. He's our president. I hope he is the best president of all time. He's not, definitely not. But he could surprise the hell out of me and become the best president of all time. And if he does, I will celebrate. I didn't vote for him. I don't like him. But if he becomes the best president, sweet. But when you have these people who are like, I didn't vote for Trump. I don't like Trump. I want him to fail.
I
Why?
think Corn
That doesn't
Pop
make
would have been a
sense.
better president than Biden.
Who?
Corn Pop.
Yeah, seriously. Seriously, their medical prowess of, I listened to Fauci, who hasn't seen a patient for years. And actually, funnily enough, going back to, execute people with HIV, he actually
Nice
claimed,
segue.
no, Fauci literally claimed in like 1982 or something like that, that in a sense by 1980 or 1998 or something like that, almost everyone was going to have HIV because it was just that transmissible. Like literally a handshake could get you HIV. That was Fauci. This dude was useless. A douchebag cum dumpster literally is more effective than this or whatever the hell he's supposed to be. But you're not supposed to.
I'm reminded of the South Park Jared episode. Everyone has AIDS. Yes.
Everyone should get AIDS. What? Yeah. When we have children, they'll have AIDS. And he'll give it to them.
Buddha does that. It's his
Oh, dude,
bouncy ball.
Oh, you wanted to... So, a random story about Buddha. So, my brain is atypical, I guess, is the most appropriate way to put it. Autistic or sociopathic is the more medical way to put it, but atypical.
Anaerobic.
I wouldn't say anaerobic because my brain still requires oxygen. But when it comes down to it, the best way have you ever seen that? This is a simple yes or no. Have you ever been inside a warehouse, like a massive warehouse, like think of Costco, but more warehousey?
There's more warehousey than Costco.
Of course there is. I've worked in a couple of them.
Okay, well, that's fair. You did have your life drained out by Amazon.
Uh-huh. Waiting on you, Hyper. Not even gonna lie. If you don't say yes or no, I'm not gonna keep going with this story. I did find a cave though. I guess I should mark it.
I also found a cave.
Okay, I just marked my cave.
Where am I? There I am. My cave is also marked. Outside was whole node, which is promising. No, he's talking to you. He wants to know if you ever worked in a warehouse. I have. Well, that's sort of.
I'm talking to you. If I'm talking to
I mean-
Xionyx, I'll say, "Hey, bitch, respond." But since you're a viewer, I'm going to be more kind.
Don't let him
Xionyx,
fool you.
you
He's
will
actually an
respect
asshole.
my authority. Hey, viewer, what do you think about?
Okay, so yeah.
No, but it's not that working in it, but you understand, like, if you've been inside Costco, you've seen a big ass warehouse, is more what I was trying to refer to. So, the reason why I'm bringing that up is my brain. Imagine, in a sense, Costco, but more, I don't know, cluttered. But it's not cluttered with items or whatnot, just more shelf spaces and what have you. Now, on every square inch of surface, floor, ceiling, shelves, all of it. Imagine like a sticky note that has an idea, emotion, whatever, all of it. My brain is that warehouse, and inside that warehouse, there is one bouncy ball, super ball, or whatever they're calling it nowadays,
I
where,
think Men in Black won.
yeah, and it maintains 90% of the motion that's put into it. So you bounce it, it flings off.
See, I disagree with the idea of Buddha's brain being a warehouse. So
Oh, how do you disagree with that?
I mean, 90% of it's just like, you know, South Park and Family Guy references. I can't take that much space.
I still have a bunch of historical references and random references. You are not gonna deny the random references I can make, dude. Not on Twitch. Not on Twitch. But either way, it's ultimately, imagine a large area, and especially a lot of shelving is required for this, because you have an idea, you have an emotion, you have a perspective, and it bounces around. And I've literally gone from talking about Cleopatra, talking about the moons of Uranus, and then talking about the Mongol hordes in a 30-minute conversation without making a break. And now Xionyx has known me long enough that every once in a while I've made a jump and he's just in there going, okay, I'm just waiting. And he realizes that, and I will pause and go, okay, so I was talking about Cleopatra, and Cleopatra leads to the Romans. Romans leads to astronomy. Astronomy leads to Uranus, and then I'm talking about Uranus for a little while, and then that leads back to the Mongol hordes because they believe in the sun, the sky, and the earth. Like, my brain is psychotic when it comes to that shit. I mean, obviously I'm not perfect. There's nothing magical about this, but just
Nobody is
I make
accusing you
random
of being
connections.
perfect.
Yeah. But I make random connections in conversations. And if you don't know me, all of a sudden it's just like, who is this special person who's talking about random things? When you do know me, it's like,
Okay,
it's a special person and he's talking about random things.
how much steel do you need to make steel pickaxes?
12, I want to say off the top of my head.
All right, so we should have enough for that. I found more exotics in my cave, and I don't want to mine them until I have a steel pickaxe.
Okay.
I also found quite a bit other shit that I would like to mine too. Not coal. I mined the coal node I found, but
So yeah, if we're both gonna get it, we want 12 steel ingots. We want 8 epoxy and 10 wood. The 10 wood's irrelevant. We should have the 8 epoxy.
we should have the wood. We should have the epoxy. That shouldn't be a problem. Yeah. It's just there's certain I don't want to mine anything I want to limit how much I'm mining without actually having the steel pickaxe at this point.
Yeah, no, you want to focus on coal, iron, and copper, and everything else you want to leave alone.
There are a lot of rocks involved. There are absolutely a lot of rocks involved.
Now I want to quote Civilization 5. Your culture's so backward, you just keep banging rocks together. My banging rocks together is going to destroy your civilization. No, I'm not smart, hyper, but I am eclectic. That's the best I can say. I hear a lot. I interpret a lot. I perceive a lot. I assume a lot. But when it comes down to what I know,
He
I know next to
jackasses a
nothing.
lot.
I masturbate a lot. Wait, what? No, when it comes down to it, I can
Who
sound
said that?
super. No, it's not true of most people. It's definitely not true of most people. They assume a lot. That's as far as most people go. Most, yeah, it's actually one of those things. When it, oh shit. I just keep thinking back to, so when me and Psionics were roommates in this shitty apartment building, we went out drinking and smoking, and there was this guy across the street. I don't even remember why we started talking to him. And this guy was a straight up idiot, but he was a kind idiot. And like he knew he wasn't smart, I guess is the best way to put it. And I enjoyed having conversation with him. He was a very good going guy. He heard something that he didn't know, he would ask questions. He was very inquisitive. Liked him. It's the people who are dumb but literally think they know everything. I hate those people. I really, really hate those people. And as far as my perspective has been concerned, obviously biased because it's my perspective. I think there's more people that fit into that camp where it's just like, oh yes, I'm smart. I went to public school. My teachers and well, maybe not their teachers, but my parents told me I was special.
I went to college.
Oh dear God, fuck you, Wiggins. But yeah, no, it's one of those things where it's judge a tree by their fruits or what have you. You listen to somebody; they could say a couple of smart things, they could say a couple of dumb things. Look at their overall, and this is where I run into a bit of a issue sociologically, where I think sociological is a word, but if it isn't, I'm
It
making it a
is
word. So,
now, motherfucker.
but when it comes down to it, yeah, did they pat you on the head too?
Did you get to wear a helmet on your way to school?
Did you get complimented for your big smarts? That is a South Park reference. But
And if we weren't banned by Twitch before, now we're gonna be banned by Twitch now.
special. No, actually, I guess I could do that. Special Fred. Mama dropped him on his head. He wasn't so bright. Instead, he was a little bit special. It's a legitimate song. You can look it up. Special Fred and Special Ned are the two titles I know about. But yeah, no, that's one of those things where I view myself as stupid, which conversely kind of makes me not completely stupid. Like,
Be right
if you
back.
know you're stupid to an extent,
You keep burning that bridge, dude. I'll be right back.
uh, well, I'm just saying that as a general. I mean, I literally am. Like, but I have questions. And I'm more than willing to be wrong. And that's the other thing. You have to be willing to be wrong. If you're not willing to be wrong, then you really are stupid. But as Onyx has just told me, apparently I'm filleting myself while trying to humble brag, so I guess I need to stop. I'm not humble bragging, I'm just awesome. Well, the question, no, well, on that particular front, if you know you're poor, but you use your money wisely, then you can be poor but efficient. You're not wealthy, you're not rich, but if you're efficient while being poor, then that's one thing. Where if you're poor and you're just spending the money, then yeah, no. I agree with Zylex. I think I'm making a point, but at the same time, I agree. I'm just making myself sound dumber, which, it's where I belong. Eh, why not? Hyper, to get myself in more trouble. Have you ever heard of a guy named Ben Shapiro? No, that's God damn it. On that. I'm wrong all the time. A. B. When it comes to him, he was let's see, how did it go once? He was asked when it came to uh I believe it was wealth distribution, and he was just saying, part of the problem is poor people are poor because they live in poor ways. Like how you spend your money. What do? You have to pay for house, or you have to pay for rent, you have to pay for food, you have to pay for mortgage, you have to pay for insurance. What do you do for with the $2 left over? And if your option with the $2 left over is, well, I'm gonna buy a soda, then that leads to a poor lifestyle. And that's kind of the perspective that when it comes to, well, can you be poor but well? Yes. Can you be rich but poor? Because that's the other thing, is there's plenty of rich people who live beyond their means. They're making, thousands of dollars a month, but they're spending more than that a month. So they're literally living paycheck to paycheck, even though they're making more than a Walmart greeter. So that's where the whole nuance conversation kicks in. That's where, well, you have to look at it this way or this way. Is there's plenty of reasons. There's, well, not reason, yeah, reasons actually. There is plenty of possibilities why. Come to the machine bench, Xionyx.
Yeah,
There's
no, I'm just trying
40
to.
bone arrows.
Oh, okay. 40 bone arrows is good. I was actually about to make a bunch of bone arrows, and then turns out all the leather and bone is gone.
But and that's where I would argue, just in generally, life is fucking complex, my man. Psychotically complex. And the only thing I can say is I think I'm a smart dumb person. That's where I would put my crown.
Oh no, I'm a freaking idiot. Um, the biggest problem I have is when people do things and I'm like, that's dumb. And I'm an idiot. And if people are doing shit that I think is dumb, it's like, what the hell? Why does that even fucking occur to you? All right, you have 30 steel in here. Can you make a steel pick so I can go clear my cave?
Roger, Roger. Sorry, I didn't see that. Eh. So I need 8 epoxy. If you can grab that real quick.
Epoxy, epoxy, epoxy. Or do you want it
On the anvil, please.
on the anvil?
Anvil.
Okay. On the anvil.
Go fuck yourself, man. This is crafting the game. Enjoy it.
Welcome to Icarus.
Okay.
You have
Two
3,
pickaxes.
4 hours of building up,
Bears in it.
followed by
We're gonna build, and then we're gonna break, and then we're gonna build. We'll kill a few things along the way. Then we're gonna build a few more. Then we're gonna kill more, and then we're gonna pick a little more.
but eventually we're gonna be able to go out on a mission, and when we
To
go
kill
out
more
on the
and pick mores.
No, I don't blame you, man. This is not the most exciting thing in the world. It's
No,
so
we enjoy it, but
basically what we're building up to is um we need to get
actually, I'm gonna
60
go.
electronics, and I'm up
He
I'm
doesn't
at
care, dude.
20 right.
Right now, dude, if you have something to say it. Like a joke, an insult. Hey, I wonder about this philosophical issue, and I have a particular question. Say it. We are open ears while we're playing this game. We're enjoying the game, and we enjoy conversation. We enjoy theoretical postulations. So, hey, man, you got a question? Ask it. You got a statement? Make it. Hell, I just talked about recently about executing people with AIDS. I mean, you're safe here.
I'd much rather talk about how I need 60 electronics rather than
No.
killing people with
Yeah, that's
AIDS.
boring conversation. So yeah, man, you got an idea, you got a question, you got an urge. Well, as long as it's not pedophilia. If it's pedophilia, then yeah, you can go pound sand. No matter how libertarian I am, that's not a line I'm willing to cross. So minus that.
However, necrophilia, he's open to discussion.
Yeah, I don't care about dead people.
I mean, you turn on a space heater, you get some lube going.
You use your own lubrication. I mean, what do I care? What happens between a consenting adult and
a dead body.
Oh, mannequin, make it a little more PC. Don't really care. You do you, or you do
it.
So he's denying that particular fetish. He does thinks he protesteth too much.
I don't know. I think he only protested once.
That sounds like 3 times to me. Oh no, that's only 2 times.
I think you're protesting too much.
She's still fresh.
Alright, this game is fucking clear. There's no reason to ever go back to it ever again.
And as the British tell me, this is aluminium.
And as we both know, the British are wrong about everything.
Actually, you know what? The British, oddly enough, is the first. Well, not the first. I wonder what number they are. They're the recent, at least, who actually got rid of all COVID restrictions. They're just like, hey, you know what? It's the flu now. We're not gonna restrict anything anymore. You do you. Which, I have to admit, didn't think the British would do that. I mean, definitely the Canadians weren't gonna do it, but
Well, no, of
still,
course not.
surprising.
Canadians are a bunch of fucking hippies.
But yeah, no, Hyper. You got something to say? You got something on your mind? Quite literally anything. Well, minus the whole pedophilia thing, because you'll get blasted here. But beyond that, we'll literally be receptive.
Honestly, I think talking about pedophilia is probably more acceptable than talking about politics on Twitch.
Of course, because Republicans are the monsters. I'm just a pedophile. So said Salon. That's totally gonna be repurposed sometime in the future.
I have no fucking clue, dude. You could pick one randomly.
Seriously, like, pick one. The greatest issue, the smallest issue, the random thing that came to mind when you sneezed. Now I'm trying to think of some of my more random. The
Oh,
first
so
one, the
your
strongest
cave
one.
is fucking cleared, huh?
Mine's not.
The one you marked is cleared.
Is it? I came back over here because I knew there was aluminum. I didn't know that one was cleared.
I mean, I'm not seeing anything in here. I think this is... Oh, never mind. Hang on. There's coal. We definitely need coal.
I was gonna say, I figured there was a little more in there. I just knew there was aluminum over here that would lead to the composite.
Is
Okay,
water
so I'll go
wet?
to this. Yes. By
Yes.
definition.
I mean, I guess if it's... I mean, it depends on what state the water is in.
No,
If
it's
the
water. The state is liquid.
Is it, though? Like...
Yes. That's like saying, is ice cold? Yes, it is.
Cold is subjective. Some people like
No.
to...
Once you hit below freezing, cold is not subjective. Is 50 degrees Fahrenheit cold? Maybe. Depends on your perspective. Is 0 Celsius cold? Yes, it's 0, which is freezing. I actually got in an argument with a Canadian about that, and that was actually his best argument as far as I can tell is, why wouldn't freezing be 0? I don't
So,
know. Why wouldn't freezing be 0?
let me ask you something, Buddha.
Yeah.
Do you need leather or fur or bone or...
Bone and leather, yes. Don't
You
know
should
about
come
your
back
ox
to
meat.
where I'm at, because I think this is going to take both of us.
Where are you? Put a waypoint if you don't mind.
I started trying... I think I might have scattered the herd.
So much for waypoint.
That might have been my fault. There were like 30 animals stuck on the cliff trying to climb the cliff. And as soon as I started shooting...
Waypoint.
It's where I'm literally at!
Okay, look at my stream and point where you're at.
I am the red triangle to your left.
Point to
or
the
right.
red triangle.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter now. They're gone, but...
You know, I'm just gonna come to shoot you.
Oh, you didn't need a waypoint for that, did you?
Of course, because I found you moving.
Dick.
Oh, I'm sorry, coming from the guy who shot me in the head. I don't know. Let's say 30 times or conservatively, maybe 50.
Those deer are fucking off. Is this cave over here still needing to be cleared?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
You know, that's one of those things that always I heard that's always annoying. It's like, and I'm assuming that's what happened to Hyper, but it's like, tell me one of your random questions. And now I'm just like, okay, but I know I've had some random questions just in the past couple days, and
Yeah.
trying to think about, gone. Fuck. I know I have them. Seriously, they're there.
I have legitimate questions here.
No, platinum doesn't work in there.
Turn up
And
the fire.
either way, trying to use that as kind of a jump off point where it's like, okay, I know I have some random questions.
So, anyways, let's talk about anal sex.
I was just trying to ask you who you voted for. Dave!
Worm.
Dave! I was trying to talk about how I'm fucking my wife in the ass. You want to ask me all this personal shit.
All right. So who's on the tracks for the classic trolley problem?
Is this the 1 and 5 problem or 1 and 3?
Yeah. So the trolley's going down the track.
I'm the utilitarian on this one. I'm all about killing the 1 for the 5 or whatever. That's me personally. And that's actually one of the more fascinating because, like I said, I'm quite libertarian, but at the same, I forget. Sorry, I'm gonna ask you again, Hyper. Are you in America? Or are you or was he Australian or?
I think Hyper was American.
Where are you at, Australia? Or Hyper?
Buddha's already made his decision.
You have been defined as?
You are a Kiwi.
No, that's New Zealand.
I think it's everyone down there, right?
I don't think so. Australians are Aussies, New Zealanders are Kiwis. At least I believe that's the racial slings.
If we're anything here, we're equal. We use racial slangs for everyone.
That cracker would know, even though he's off-white. I still love that one time. We went to your grandma's house to do laundry, and I made that joke, and he's like, no, both his parents are white. Uh-huh. I'm not gonna argue with a grandma on that particular note. I might get in trouble, and I still need to do laundry.
Poor grandma.
God rest her soul. And another thing to share with everyone.
Yeah, let's share everything with the family right now.
Well, the thing I was going to point out, and I think I've said it kind of before, but whatever, is I'm somebody who makes jokes at funerals. So, yeah, that's me. Actually, one that really got me going. So, my grandma died recently. And for those of you who think I'm a horrible person, she was uber racist, so it's all okay.
Oh no, this is horrible. Everything about this is bad. Everything about this is bad.
I was talking to my siblings, and we made jokes at my grandma or my other grandma's funeral. We made jokes at my now dead brother's funeral. He died of leukemia. And so at this point, I'm like, we've gone to two funerals. We've made jokes at two funerals. I need to make a joke at this one. And so I was thinking about it. And my grandma, being the uber racist that she was, she for the last I don't know 3 or 4 years was accusing Mexicans of breaking into her house and stealing her candy. She had M&Ms and stuff like that. And apparently Mexicans were coming in and stealing candy.
Were they actually stealing candy, or was
No,
Grandma
no,
just
she
senile?
was straight up senile. But I was sitting there, and the two ideas I had, one I did, the other one I didn't do, is when we walked up, because my sister does it for some weird reason. I don't know why. We're the siblings, me, my two sisters, and my brother, go up to the casket, and we're supposed to, look at the dead person. And as soon as we came up, I was like, "Don't worry, Grandma. I checked. There are no brown people here." As soon as I said that, my siblings just started dying. Of course, my brother actually had the best response because the thing that she was demanding was every Christmas she needed to get a thank you letter for Christmas. And he was like, we should have made a bunch of thank you notes and spread them out like flower or like you would flowers and put them in her hands. Oh, that killed me. I mean, I was the only one laughing at that one, but that was better than my idea of saying, you know, and it was actually half tempted to sneak a Snickers bar into her coffin. Just be like, "Don't worry, Grandma. No one will take this from you. You you can take the Snickers to heaven." I'm a horrible person. No one will ever be able to deny that, including me.
Yeah, no, there's actually a card game the for the trolley problem. I think it was made by Cyanide and Happiness or something like that. But the so you have two opposing. So it's for like 7 people that play this game. So it's a party game. But you have two sides that are competing against each other, and like one person has to decide where the trolley goes, and everyone where the trolley goes dies. And you have to, you get pros and cons and modifiers and things like that. So, like, the pros would be like, you could say on this side of the trolley is the person who cured AIDS. But
He already cured A's. He's done.
well, it would be like the person who's going to cure AIDS. It would be
Oh,
like,
going to. Okay.
yeah. But on the other side, it would be like, your parents or something like something like that. And then on the con side, you would say like, but on this trolley is a serial killer, and you can kill the serial. So like you would have good people on both sides of the trolley, bad people on both sides of the trolley, and then the last group person would be able to do like a modifier, and they could play this modifier on anything, and the modifier could be good or bad. Um, but like some of the modifiers were like, but this person will rape your grandma or something like that. Like some of the
Uh,
modifiers were really fucked up. And that's just a bunny. I don't need to murder a bunny. I'm trying to come home. I am trying. I'm coming. And phrasing.
boom.
It'll be amazing once I get there. But yeah, no, it's
Actually, sorry. One of the random questions I've had got me in trouble, and
mm,
I'm not ableist or what have you on this one, but it's like, I wondered, how do deaf people think? Like, do they think in sign language? That's what I want to know. Because every once in a while, you know, sometimes it's just, what? I'm not being. It's a little question. It's not that funny.
That's a little funny.
It is a little funny, but still, I wonder. Because, like, every once in a while, when I'm in my more egotistical moments, it's like, okay, I'm being interviewed by somebody. So I'll sit there and I'll be like, okay, I'm having an interview with somebody. In which case, I'm conversing with somebody. So if I'm sitting there going, okay, in this situation, I'm conversing with somebody, then when deaf people, in a sense, do the same thing, they're conversing with somebody. So in which case they would
So,
convert, or they would be sitting there in sign language. And
so
the
the
same thing,
question is like, how do deaf people have inner monologue?
yeah, ultimately, which is
That,
how
that,
do
that
they
that's the
think?
question you're asking is, what is a deaf person's inner monologue?
I said the same thing, but I guess I'm not politically correct.
The way you said it was funny.
Well, the thing, because I was actually talking, and this was I was talking to a Spanish person, and I was just like, hey, what language do you think in? And he's like, well, it depends on the language. Like if I'm talking to you, I'm gonna think in English, but if I'm talking to Jose over there, I'm gonna be talking in Spanish. And it's like, oh, okay. So I mean, how do you think is? But to be fair, I think the better way I heard actually came down to what language do you dream in? And if you're dreaming in that language, that actually I think has a greater implication. But either way, what language do you or how do you think is I think is a perfectly valid question because it's not saying oh you think slowly or something like that. I'm
Well,
not
yeah, no,
diminishing,
I'm not saying that. It's just,
but that's how it's been interpreted the few times I've asked it. But it's one of those things where it's like, do they think it's sign language? Because like when I'm thinking I'm conversing, and to be fair, it was even a George. It's even a sorry, hold on a sec. A George Carlin joke where he's sitting there. It's like what our quality of thought is based on our quality of speech, or how can we talk? How can we convey our thoughts? And based on your language, based on your culture and shit like that, you know what? You are going to be limited in some ways because of and so yeah no that was one of those questions. There's like I wonder, and people are like if I tell you red, what comes to mind? Well, first off, I think of the color red. I think of red, red, and I think of hey, you know what? That over there looks red. All three of those things happen almost simultaneously. But with a deaf person, how does that work? Or let's take a blind person, and you said, "Hey, say red or think of red." They literally can't think of red. They can think of red, but they have no concept of what RD is. It's like, hey,
I'm sure they've been taught what red is.
are you gonna go to bed or are you gonna keep doing some random shit?
I can go to bed. Um, I don't think. Well, okay. So a blind person. Okay, so a blind person probably has no concept of red.
Yeah, they
Um,
are completely ignorant of red,
yeah.
but they can still think red. They can still say red. It just won't make any or like there is a lacking there, and it's the same thing or like talking to a deaf person. Hey, tell me about a song, or tell
Tell
me
me
about
about
treble or bass or what have you.
quack.
So I mean, and I'm not trying to be insulting. It's literally a question I've had. It was just like I wondered, like, what is their limitation on thought, on conveyance of thought? Because this is kind of sort of important, and if you're lacking that particular aspect, what do
Well,
you
I
do
mean,
to convey that more acutely?
well, I feel like if you are born without a particular sense, and your ability to convey adjectives about that sense has to be, non-existent.
But and it's not conveying about. that said adjective. It's just in general. How much would your thought process be effective by the lack of that? And so the fact that you can't say noisy in your particular perspective, what would that mean? How would that affect you?
I don't know, but if I was deaf, then something like noisy or tinnitus or soothing, like the there's a certain class of adjectives that would largely be meaningless to me, I would think. So
And,
like
and
you
that's ultimately the heart of the question. Is like it's not saying that they think badly or oh you're so stupid or anything like that. It's just that their perspective on reality would be such that it's like, okay, how does a deaf person think? How does a blind person think? Because they can have a conversation, they understand every word that you're saying, but where it's like, oh man, that blue sky is just so soothing.
well,
A
the
blind person
biggest
has no fucking
well,
yeah.
the blind person I don't think would be the issue here, because a blind person, uh, for me, my inner monologue is still English. It's still language.
Yeah, but at the same
I
time,
think in words, and I don't
yeah,
think that would affect a blind person. But a deaf person, on the other hand, someone who was born deaf, um,
and the
what
deaf
is their
person is
inner
the one trained.
monologue like? What would
Yeah,
and
well, it's like I said, every once in a while, when I'm in my own head and I'm thinking through something, I will sort of sit there and be thinking something like I'm having a conversation, and I'm thinking that. So if I'm sitting here thinking like I'm having a conversation with somebody. Well, who's to say a deaf person would do that? So wouldn't they be sitting there thinking like they are signing to somebody? So the hand movements are part of what they're doing. And honestly, that's the other question. Do you think deaf people ever dream sound? Do you think blind people ever dream color? I, I, I'm not being ableist with this. It's literally a question where it's like, huh, I fucking wonder, cause I don't know. And it's like I said, it's the same thing when I was talking to a Hispanic guy, and it's just like, what language do you think in? And it was later somebody was like, every once in a while I dreamed in this language, and that was a very, like what's the word I'm looking for? Not serendipitous. A very weird situation where you're just sitting there going, I just had an entire dream in Spanish. I don't really know Spanish.
now I have had that experience where I've had a foreign language in my dreams, and I was speaking a foreign language in my dreams, but in my dream, I understood what was happening, what was being said, what was going on. I have had that happen to me.
Okay. Heading back to the house real quick since some thunderstorm is coming.
So I would, obviously, there's probably not a one size fits all answer to this, but
Well, I'm not assuming there is, but it's just the concept. It's the idea that actually, so a sergeant I had, the one I actually liked, he had a German wife,
yeah,
and she's been living in America for years now. And every once in a while, she's calling home to her parents who still live in Germany. And apparently, she would just sit there and she would switch from from German to English, and she just wouldn't even notice it anymore. So, sprechen Sie Deutsch? Oh, I was thinking about how I love tacos now. Well, whatever.
yeah.
And he would sit there and be like, honey, you're speaking English. And she, wait, I am? So it's like trying to understand the, I guess, nuances in that particular front because I'm not gonna lie, my ability to do and understand languages is absolute shit. So, out of stamina.
So
But it's
jumping
one
may
of
not
those
actually
things.
be required.
Yeah, wasn't sure about that either.
I thought it was, but I actually at this point don't think it's required.
But the same thing with some of the Puerto Ricans I met in the military. Like, it was fascinating how they spoke what I could only consider very, very proper English. It was fascinating how they were speaking because it was just very, very proper.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna name drop them because
I mean, it doesn't matter. No one's gonna be able to go from
there was
the
this one
name.
guy, Indian. His name was Chandra.
Oh, that might be enough.
Guy fucking sweared worse than I do, and I swear a lot. Actually, I was talking. I forget. I want to say it was Lee, Chandra and Lee. Lee was a Asian dude. Obviously, well, somewhat obviously.
Obviously now.
I don't know. You hear somebody with the last name of Lee because in the military you always refer to people by their last names. I think Asian, personally, but
I was thinking black.
they were talking to each other one time. I just walked up and was like, okay, I got a question. I know it's racist. So you speak broken English and you speak broken English. Like, does broken English plus broken English equal English? And like, do you understand each other that well, or understand each other? And Lee was like, I have no fucking idea what he's saying half the time. I just nod.
Real life is racist.
Reality is such a fun place. Oh yeah, no, that fucking killed me. Fucking hell, man.
So we
My
got.
oxygen canister still hasn't been depleted by a quarter. But yeah, no, the world's a strange, strange place, and that's all you can really say about it. It's not good. It's not bad. It's not moral. It's not immoral. It's just fucking
Strange.
weird. So, okay, that's not right buttons. But yeah, no. You see a word, you experience a word, voice it. No, voice it online at least, because people get annoyed or
Yeah.
offended if you voice weirds in real life, because I have no idea. Like I said, I'm possibly autistic, maybe sociopathic. Don't really know. Don't really care. Yes. The world is a very, very weird place.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Well, it's one if you think about it too. I mean, obviously the major, the biggest, the grand poobah of this
Yeah.
is like religion. Is there one god? Is there many gods? Is there no gods? Because I mean, I could be wrong. Well, I'm most likely possibly wrong. I haven't actually looked into the religion. But take Buddhism. I don't think Buddhism actually believes in a god. They believe in enlightenment, and enlightenment is, I believe, the highest level of, you know, well, maybe not evolution per se, but essence of being and whatnot.
Yeah.
Does that make Buddhism atheistic? Because, I mean, you worship the Buddha because they successfully reached enlightenment, but you're worshiping somebody who was sort of kind of like you, I believe, who achieved enlightenment through, you know, struggle and shit like that. and then the whole convoluted issue that when it comes to the Abrahamic faith, which would cancel us 5.0. I need to do that real quick. Damn it. Going back to base. I'm a little annoyed that you can't carry deer to the skinning bench. Which now makes me think of that story your stepdad said about going hunting and dragging a deer back.
Uh,
Do you remember that, or is that just a me thing now?
I'm actually drawing a blank on that one.
It's when we went to where I'm at right now to go pick up our pool table.
Oh yeah.
And he's just like, yeah, no, I went hunting. I shot this deer, and then, it was heavy and I couldn't really carry it, so I just started dragging it with my ATV or whatever the hell he had.
Yeah.
And in a sense, obviously skinned one side because he was just dragging it for miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually another random amusement. So
So
I,
we desperately need more iron at this point.
oh, that's very unfortunate.
I mean, I'm making steel as fast as I can.
I know. I was just hoping you weren't making steel as fast as you can. Alright.
So we need another cave. Is what we need.
Well, I'm going back to the last cave unless you really cleared it and checking.
Um. There are a troop of nerds in this Discord.
Where did that come from?
It was Hypertooth's message in the general chat.
Oh, in Discord. Got it. I was
Yeah.
gonna say, I'm not seeing it on Twitch.
No, I'm.
Like I said, Hyper, you got a random idea, you got a random thought, just fucking say it. We're not gonna judge. Well, like I said, pedophilia. That's gonna be my cutoff personally, but beyond that, I quite literally not gonna have a positive or negative opinion. I'm just gonna be straight neutral.
Oh, so is this map like the Icarus world map here? So I literally just pulled up the map site that Brain sent us. Like, is everything on the same map? It must
I'm
be.
I'm half thinking so, but to be fair, the only thing I'm using as a reference points are the X's. Like when you take K3 as an example, I'm using those as reference points for you can't go there. That's like uber mountainous, not just extremely hilly. So, but
So
yeah, no, I'm assuming this is straight up like Satisfactory, where it's all the same map. It's just where you start is the difference.
okay. Um. Let's
Let's
I am going to go to I'm going to go down to M12 and see if there is a cave there.
M.
Yeah, it's like just south of middle of M12.
Oh,
It looks like
maybe.
it might be a tunnel. And if it's a tunnel, then tunnels are fucking amazing. So I'm gonna
Oh,
head down this
tunnels
way
are amazing.
to
So you said
M12.
about halfway down, so I'm putting a waypoint there real quick. That's about
Uh,
halfway in M12.
it's I guess it's a little further than halfway, but yeah.
Well,
I'm
if it
gonna
gets you
go.
close enough, that's the big thing.
Yeah, no, that's just it. So if it gets me close enough, that's all that matters. Um,
Actually, that's another thing. Hopping back a dozen conversation hyper that leads to issue with the whole COVID thing is literally asking questions. Don't get me wrong. There's plenty of dumb questions that are asked, and you just shrug them off. But of course, it's a thunderstorm, and apparently I am running up a cliff. Very unfortunate. But, not all questions are created equally type thing. Not all questions about COVID are created equally.
yeah.
But the fact that people want to literally stop the questions, stupid or not,
Yeah, how dare
is,
you ask questions about COVID?
eh.
How dare you question Fauci represents science? No, he doesn't.
I am the science! Well, I know where the cave is. God, low graphics is awesome with this game.
Beep. Yeah, I just put a waypoint.
Nope, you're too far.
No, I'm not.
Actually, you're pretty damn close.
I am literally.
Oh,
I am breaking
sorry.
into the
When I
cave
was coming
right
up, it looked like
now.
you were further to the right. You're right. You're correct.
Nah, I'm not close. I am fucking there.
Like I said, when I was coming up here, it looked like
I am
you're.
Fauci. I'm at the cave.
I am the waypoint. But yeah, no. When I was copper, I don't think we care about copper.
We desperately need coal. Is what we desperately need.
Well, we still need.
We
Plenty
need
of
copper.
iron.
We need gold.
Titanium will work. No, not titanium. We need platinum.
No. Ow, ow, ow. Fucker. Yeah, no, we need coal. We need copper. We need gold.
Actually, if Hyper is still here, that's another question I have, equatable to my HIV example. About 100 years ago, or quite literally, I guess 100 years ago, in America, there was a certain race of people, to be vague so we don't get in trouble, that were considered lesser humans or subhumans. And they used, the skulls are different and what have you. And if you don't, question the Fauci, then that's never gonna change, which is wrong. And that's actually part of the beauty when it comes to things like sciences. You know what? It's meant to be questioned. It's meant to be. I don't think this makes sense, or how does this make sense? Does this make
Yeah.
sense in, 1,000 elevation, and does this make sense at sea level? How does it? How consistent is this? And so science is about defining. Well, as far as my perspective is concerned, I've heard some people that make me sound like I'm wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But it's like, you know what? Science is in a sense about defining observable reality. Heat is one thing, cold is one thing, entropy, the laws of thermodynamics. Like, my ability to understand this is like 1 out of 1,000. Like, I understand it as it exists and maybe a few functions. But when it comes to like literally understanding, no, no.
Well, the thing
I wish I
is
could, but no.
science, as far as I'm concerned, is about questioning, about asking questions,
Well,
about making sure previous assumptions are correct.
you know, you know, something I found hysterical, and the, and this is one of those little tidbits that's like, okay, I'm a smart dumb person. Is so for those, well, the I believe Einstein said it, but I don't know who said it. The definition of insanity is doing the exact same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And somebody would, or I saw somebody go, but isn't science about doing the same thing over and over again? Doesn't that mean science is
Insane.
insane? It's like, no, it's exact. Exact. If I drop a hammer from 10 feet in the air onto my foot in the exact same position, in the exact same area, I mean, the temperatures can vary, the humidity can vary, because I don't think it'll lead to that much of a difference. But if you're dropping a 10-pound hammer on your foot from 10 feet up, that's going to lead to the same results. Now, if you're dropping a 2-pound hammer from 3 inches up, that's going to lead to a difference. Like, changing the variables leads to drastically different things. But the fact that somebody asked that question was like, um, did you not understand? Did you not understand the quote? Did you not hear the entire quote? Because it's doing the exact same thing over and over again, expecting different results.
Yeah.
So, doing something simple like dropping a 10-pound hammer from 10 feet up onto your foot. I mean, I don't think it'll matter if you do it in Death Valley or on the top of Mount Everest. Either way, you're dropping a 10-pound hammer onto your foot from 10 feet up.
Yeah.
That leads to pain. Lots of pain, I believe. So, yeah, like I said, that's actually one of those little tidbits that led me to think, you know, I'm a smart, dumb person because I never questioned that aspect because it was easily deductible, well, as far as I'm concerned. Or the guy who asked the question, I guess, wasn't making the same assumptions that I was.
Yeah.
Not 100% sure how he was not making the same assumptions that I was, but alright, it happened. You run with it.
It did. Um, I didn't find coal in there, but
You were thorough, or just while you were running through, you didn't?
while I was running through, I didn't. There might be coal in there. I did. I don't think there is coal in there, but there is certainly.
You know, you have to find it a little amusing that saying there might be coal in there is quite close to colon.
There might be coal in. Yeah. No, it's. I'm bringing home base metals.
Okay. You know, now I think about maybe that's why I just need to do on streams. I just need to think of the brand new questions that I've had because I've had way too many. I mean, I feel it's like I'm being gun shy now, where it's like, I don't, I, no, I don't need to pee. No, no, no. I don't have any random questions. I've never had random questions. I've never needed to pee.
Your toe.
But yeah, no, it's one of those I love. At least I don't know about Psionics. I think he's close to me on that front. I love hearing different perspectives, different thought process. You want to ask why koalas have syphilis? I mean, I don't know. Ask it. I, I think it's syphilis, or was it gonorrhea?
I don't know. I'm not a koala.
Koalas have some sort of STD. I don't remember what it was, but they do have it. I need to look that up now.
I don't know how I feel about this information.
Well, I remember hearing that connected to a joke too. How do you have gonorrhea? Oh, I was carrying this koala. It spit at me.
I'm gonna take a leak.
Damn.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. But yeah, no, the world is filled with weird. I think that's literally the best defining aspect I can give is world is full of weird. So you know weird, you're curious about a weird, you want to know about a weird. Ask it. Wood and leather.
Let's see. There should be. How's everything going over here?
There is an iron knife on the anvil for you.
Boom! Iron knife. Fuck
Oh,
you, stone
speaking of
knife.
which, so I went to watch. I told you, but you know, in general, I went to watch No Way Home, which is
Mm-hmm.
totally a bankrupted idea because it was, hey, look, they totally made a bunch of money and
It
people
was
liked it
Into the
in the
Spider Verse.
Spider-Verse, yeah.
Yeah.
But either way, it just like with Into the Spider-Verse, it was a good movie. Can you make more flatbread? Like, what's required for that?
Um. Wheat and water? So, yes, I can make a. Yeah, I can make more flatbread. That's not a problem.
No, you don't need more wheat or water.
Well, I have water.
Yes, you do.
Um,
Yeah, that's actually, even though it'll take a little while to get used to it, another reason why I think not getting the plus 50 health would be alright is the fact that we can make those healing potions that heal what 50 100 hit points.
50 health when consumed, plus 10% maximum health and 100% health regeneration. But the 10% and the 100% health regen only lasts for a minute.
The regen are slow, but you still have that increased base health and increased insta health. It doesn't matter, but other options is kind of why I was pointing those out.
Uh, I got 6 more flatbread coming for you.
Okay. Right now, I'm trying to look for the places that I guess, assumed flatbread. Wheat grew.
I'm hunting caves and shit.
Oh, so the cave you went to is gone or cleared already?
No, there's more. There's more shit in there. It just looks like there is another one. No, I think I got that one. There should be when there. We need more coal. And the one I went through didn't have any coal. It has other shit worth getting. It absolutely does, but
I was gonna say right now the best thing I can think of is getting platinum, because that seems to be it's awesome. It's better than steel, and it has like no impact on our titanium or pushing towards titanium aspect. Yeah, I'm about to ask another question that'll get us in trouble. Just not as large of scale. Hypertooth, were you the guy who was asking us for book suggestions?
I think he's moved on.
That's sad.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Hyper, but
You gotta be patient. You know, you wait a little while, come up with a jaunting tune. There once was a hyper that came to me. The name of the hyper was Billy of Teeth.
and this is why he was gone for a month and a half.
His comments went up, his wits went down. Oh, blow my Billy boy blow. Soon may a Wellerman come to bring a sugar tea and rum.
This is why we're not fucking affiliates yet, right? This raisin right fucking here.
Yeah, because don't know good entertainment. Blow my Billy or blow. That's straight up sexist. What?
It's also likely to get us demonetized on YouTube. But thankfully, we're both tone deaf, so, you know, that shit won't happen.
Speak for yourself. I'm totally pitch perfect. Only reason why I don't sing in operas is because I like smoking.
We get ya.
Yeah, that was one of those more odd perspectives in my life.
Yeah.
Is even before I started to smoke, something about smoking was like pleasant. Like I even had some random fantasization. I mean, to be fair, the chick was hot, but you know, going out to somebody and literally just, you know, sucking the smoke out of their lungs type thing. I mean, that might be a more extreme thing for a smoker, but and that was before I even smoked. It was just like, something about this enjoyable. Or it also equated to the fact there were times, yet again, pre-smoking, I dreamed about smoking. I mean, I
Oh.
smoke, yeah. So yeah, no, it's one of those randos where it's like, where does that fit psychologically sociologically that, I wasn't born to a smoker. I wasn't born and raised by a smoker.
But as
But
a young child, you knew you wanted to smoke.
actually, apparently that because after I did start smoking, that was one of those things my mom pointed out to me. She's like, I remember when you were like 3. 3? Okay. And you saw a guy smoking at the side of the, or while we were walking past, and you go, he's dirty, or something like that. Oh, okay. So 3-year-old me was what, wiser? I mean, to be fair, you probably shouldn't smoke, but I still got
Yeah,
questions, just like with the Rona. Why is it that people who smoke all their lives die of colon cancer, or rectal cancer, or pancreatitis? You know, other things. I mean, I know the lungs affect everything, but shouldn't smoking lead to certain other aspects? Conspiracy theories. What do I know?
it's lies perpetrated by Big Smoker or Big Tobacco.
I'm trying to remember that thing that really made me laugh. You said like 2 weeks ago now, if I remember right, where it's like, you need oxygen. That's a lie brought on by big oxygen. Or a conspiracy brought on by big oxygen. I
Yeah,
don't remember what it was, but it was great. I'm sorry.
sounds like something I'd say.
You did, and it was great.
Every once in a
No,
while, I have one of those.
that makes me think back to something I know I said earlier. Well, not today, but in the last week or two. Watch your VODs.
If you don't watch your VODs, you are subjecting yourself to a big government's conspiracy to not
Oh,
watch
that's
your
pretty close
VODs.
to what I was gonna say, but yeah, it's one of those things that you listen to people who say, oh, you need to look at the nuance. You need to listen to the nuance. Okay, you're right. Nuance is important. But if the nuance is only effective or is only applied to the perspective that you agree with, you're a shit person. You're worse than Alex Jones, as it when you don't know who he is. But yeah, no, that's okay. Pay attention to the nuance. Okay, I'll pay attention to the nuance. I hate that guy. Why? He's just horrible. Where's the nuance to why he's horrible? No, he's just horrible. But didn't you say there was nuance somewhere around here? In the general location of New York City or New York, California, D.C. You know, isn't there no nuance here? There's only nuance in like Texas. What?
So, that reminds me of something. So you know about the Five Nights at Freddy's series. Um,
Partially.
well, I've talked about it. You know what it is,
Yeah.
and you know it's stupid popular.
Yeah.
So, um, the the Five Nights at Freddy's series was created by someone. His name was Scott Cawthon,
And he
and
got canceled recently, if I
he
remembers.
did get canceled recently. He absolutely got canceled recently because
Don't
it
remember
came
why.
out that he supported or he made contributions to conservatives in the 2020 election. And the funny thing is like, he didn't contribute to Trump. He contributed to, or was it?
Conservatives.
But one of the people he contributed to, and it was his biggest contribution. His biggest contribution that he made, so the biggest individual contribution. Let me make that clear. His biggest individual contribution was to Tulsi Gabbard.
And she's not good either, but you know, good times.
Yeah. That's the thing is like his biggest individual contribution was to Tulsi Gabbard, but he also contributed to a bunch of conservatives, and it's like,
to be fair, the left doesn't like Tulsi Gabbard too much.
No, they really don't. They absolutely don't like her. But at the same time, it's like Tulsi Gabbard. She's actually pretty. She's not bad.
She's on the same level as Cinema or whatever her name is, who actually voted to keep the filibuster because she can actually think 3 seconds ahead. But you know, whatever. Horrible. Same with Manchin. Horrible.
But that was the thing. It's like his biggest single contribution was to Tulsi Gabbard. And that was one of the things, like, but he made more contributions to conservative candidates. And so he got called out as being, a
Racist.
conservative. And a bunch of people are like, oh my God, look at the people he's supporting. He supported this person, he supported this person, he supported this person. And they're all like homophobic, racist motherfuckers. And they weren't actually homophobic, racist. It was just, that was the left talking point. And they completely ignored the fact that the one candidate that received the single most amount of contribution from Scott Cawthon for the 2020 election was Tulsi fucking Gabbard.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you people are dumb.
Well, that's just, and again, that's one of those things where you just have to think back to going to bed real quick.
Talk to you tomorrow?
Fuck, what was I thinking of? Hit the roll, dude. The sleeping roll.
I was doing things.
You can do it tomorrow.
Yes, I can. I actually can totally do it tomorrow.
No, it's slightly off topic, but it's the best one I can think of. McCain. When McCain was running against Obama, oh my God, he's Hitler 2.0.
Yeah, but when McCain died, but like right before he died, he voted against Trump on something. It's like, McCain is a true national hero.
And the fact that people are like, oh yeah, and seriously, yeah, and this will be another thing that'll totally get our channel in trouble.
Banned from Twitch, yeah.
You know what? I think not every citizen or not every person should be able to vote. If you can pass the nationalization for America, you've earned the right to vote. Because guess what? You actually have to understand the division of the government, unlike AOC, who goes, it's the Senate, it's the Congress, and it's the president.
No.
What? I mean, I might be slightly off, but that's pretty much what she said.
No.
She's a fucking Congress zer.
She is a Congresser. She is definitely a Congresser. She is a friggin' Friday, but she is definitely a Congress-er.
Zer. Remember her pronoun. It's Zer.
Does she have a pronoun?
I don't know. And I don't care. And calling her Zer is okay because it's gender neutral.
I thought
Fucking
Zer was actually a
useless.
very specific gender.
No, Zer is gender neutral. Zer are is straight. Well, was for all I know they've changed that into, you know, Zer is the pronoun for the gender diminutive of the left leaning that worships worms while praying to the sun god. You know what? I don't care. I don't care. How do you
Yeah,
not care that Zer is worshiping to the sun god while being a worm who's fasting on Friday? Easily? Why why would I care? I'm gender fluid. What does that mean? I'm whatever gender I decide to be on whatever day I decide to be, whenever I decide to be. So I could call you he today and her 3 seconds from now, and that would be accurate. Yes. No, no, I'm done. I don't care. Don't you care about my feelings? No, not really.
not even a little.
Even your parents don't care about your feelings that much. You know, that's another thing. I think back to, oh, why do people have an issue with feminism? I don't know. Let's look at, I believe it's Sweden that actually attempted to pass a law to make it illegal for men to pee standing. Seems like, maybe they don't particularly like the XY people. No. That's totally bullshit. You want to bet your life on that? And your children's life on that? Like, seriously, bet your entire genetic line on that? Because I totally hope you do.
Oh, that's why reproduction rates in Western countries is at fucking zero.
Close enough to zero. And to be fair, with how stupid plenty of them are, we deserve to be at zero.
Oh yeah, we do. And we get what we
No,
get, honestly.
I just keep thinking back to something I've said probably 1,000 times by now. I love America. Hate Americans. Most of seriously. They agree or disagree with me political. Doesn't matter. Most of them are fucking useless. And that was another thing I was musing about earlier. Number one group of people I literally hate, regardless of everything. Feminists. Banned.
Alright,
Next group.
well, I'm getting close to my end of night. We have a shit ton of steel. We have a shit ton of aluminum. Um,
Heading back, what's our leather looking like? I guess is one of the biggest question.
Um, we have 150 leather, give or take.
You know, when I think about philosophy and politics, I think about video games. Is there no one along the process of making a game going, this is a shit game? Or do they, get, gulagged instantly, in which case their opinion doesn't matter? Women are equal to men. Legally, yes. No, 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 no. Women are just as strong as men. Okay? Women's chests are no different than men. Okay? I don't think you're gonna find a single man. Well, you'll find a few. But you know what? If you want to walk out with your nipples out, guess what? Most men aren't gonna
Aren't gonna,
argue.
yeah, they're not gonna stop you.
Enjoy your curves. That's right. I'm a fat man. Enjoy my curves. No, no, no. We mean the female curves, not the male curves. Fuck that bitch. My curves are just as sexy as her. No, 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 they're not. Yeah, neither are hers. Yeah, actually, that's one of those. I was thinking back, through random experiences in my life. It's like, that's a legitimate story. That's so perfect, it's not gonna be believed. I was in a marketing class. I forget what led up to it, but I was, me being a fat guy. I was like,
Yeah.
hey, 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 love my curves. Curves are beautifuls. And there was this one literal feministic chick who was like, that only applies to fat bitches. True story. No one's gonna believe it. It's too perfect.
It's entirely too accurate.
Well, it's the same thing with when I was in my Psych 1010 class. And I forget the lesson, but the professor did students had to cover a lesson, and don't remember anything else except for the fact that they cover the fact that females, if I remember, I had to generalize it, mammalian females, i.e., mammal females,
Yeah.
are shallower than male females.
Male
And
females?
once the, huh?
Male females?
Sorry,
Mammalian.
female mammals are shallower than male mammals. That's what I meant. And so once the class was, well, not the class, but the student led, oh shit. Once the student led education was done, professor got up and she's like, "Okay, so what you learn?" And me being the smart jackass that I am, I was like, "Women are shallower than men." And there was a feministic female who was like, "Oh, really? Yes, really. That's what we just said." And then next week, because it was like a 2-a-day class, so like Monday, Thursday, or Monday, Wednesday, so I had to wait till Wednesday, what have you.
Yeah.
But so we get to that point, and part of the class was, okay, define your ideal spouse, and I'm just sitting there going, I don't fucking have one. I don't know. She's attractive. Well, actually, the way I put it was, she's presentable, and selfishly, she knows how to cook. Ultimate or not cook, she knows how to play an
Play an
instrument.
instrument. Yeah, I remember this story.
Yeah. So those are pretty much my requirements. She knows how, or she's attractive and she knows how to play an instrument. And when I said that and I was done, one of the feministic chicks, i.e., low IQ, had literally. Yeah, I'm not gonna finish that. Chick was like, "Oh yeah, women are shallow." Now, prior to me saying that, there was this skater boy who's like, as long as she knows how to cook hot pockets and she likes a good time, I don't fucking care. And that's actually like straight up defid literal quote, like quote, or yeah, beginning quotation. I don't care as long as she knows how to cook hot
Hot
pockets and like
Pockets.
Pop Tarts. I don't care. End quote. Is the guy. And then the chick who was sitting next to the feministic chick was like, I want an Italian man who's 6'2", who has this kind of hair. Like, she defined this fucker to the toenails. And as soon as she was done, I literally turned around and went, yes, women are shallower than men. And she had nothing to say, because her, what do I call it? Female or buddy of closeness that she may or may not have had a relationship with totally disproved her perspective. Okay, so I've dropped everything off. We need to be able to make a fabricator.
I'm working towards fabricator right now.
Oh, you are?
Well, I am up to 40 electronics. I need 60 electronics to make the fabricator.
Let's see. 60 electronics, 40 aluminum. Ooh. Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, no,
30
the carbon
ceramics.
fiber I need to make, but right now I'm focusing on getting the 60 electronics so I can get the
Well,
fabricator down.
the aluminum mix would have led to a composite bow, but if you need the aluminum, obviously that leads to some issues. So
Well,
that's
I
gonna
mean,
be
I
a
need 40 aluminum. We
yeah.
have 91 aluminum. So, I
Re-
mean, you got
recurve
31
bow.
aluminum you can use.
Oh, that's good because I need 18. It takes 18 aluminum ingots and or 8 steel ingots to make recurve bow. But we'll get
Well,
into that
well,
later.
that is a recurve bow. That's not two because you need
No,
30.
that's 2.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's
Yeah,
enough aluminum for
it's
the bow.
9. Yeah, for both of us, it's 8 steel, 18 uh aluminum, and then epoxy, steel screws, shit like that. Yeah, we're done right now. Gonna check my inventory real quick, like everything fine. We got just for the non-existent that matters. Repair my. Oh. Okay, so I am done. You done?
I'm done.
Thanks for watching. Have question? Well, you don't have to have questions, but we would prefer if you had questions, statements, ideas. Random, I want to punch puppies. We'll talk you out of it. Or into it, depending on our
Either or, depending
perspective.
on if you have a compelling argument, maybe
Yeah,
you should punch a punchy.
you can convince us for that, but you have to prove your perspective. That's the biggest thing. And we will question your perspective, whether we agree with it or disagree with. I think people should be able to pay taxes. No, no.
Get the fuck out.
I think. Uh, hmm. What's a good example?
If you
Hmm.
feel like your taxes are the reason why roads exist, feel free to pay more in taxes so the
Yeah,
roads
seriously.
stay in better condition.
I hate Bill Maher and fucking Seth MacFarlane. But yeah, no. Have a statement. Have an idea. I mean, if we hell, even if we agree, we'll be aggressive against you because it's about feeling out and solidifying the idea. Whether we agree with it, whether we disagree with it, is mostly irrelevant. But make a statement. I like tacos. There's nothing we can say about that except for, what? I don't like tacos. Tacos are bad. I'd rather have nachos. But that's a me thing. I'd rather have nachos than tacos.
I mean, basically, nachos or tacos on chips.
No, 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 no. Tacos are an abomination. They are horrible, and I will defend that idea to the end of the earth.
Just don't put lettuce on them, man.
No, it doesn't matter about the goddamn lettuce. They're bad. Tacos are bad. Just have straight up nachos. Nachos are amazing. Tacos are horrible. Period. There is literally no wiggle room on that. You could put lettuce on nachos and they will be amazing. Tacos are because you hate people, as far as I can tell. Tacos are horrible. Nachos are amazing. Yeah, no, that is probably the most
That sounds like as good
definitive.
of an end as any.
Yeah, tacos are horrible. Nachos are amazing. Good night, world.
Good night, and we will be back with more Icarus on. I have an arrow in my head. You
Tell
really
me where
have.
the stream is ended. Tell me where the stream is ended.
I have so many arrows in my head. So many
You can
arrows.
end the stream. As soon as you end the stream, the pain ends. End the stream. End the stream.
Yeah, run away. We, we will be back.
End the stream. End the stream.
On Tuesday with more Icarus.
I think he just called himself a Tuesday.
Good night.